stuff. So here's the housekeeping stuff. No photography or videography. No food or drink besides water in the auditorium. Silence all electronic devices. Stay seated during each speaker's talk. I know, you're going to start to really like me, and you may want to rush the stage when I come up. Please don't. We've had problems about that. Okay, we're doing a new thing this year just to kind of get some audience participation. We're asking some questions. We're asking like these would you rather questions. So Shelby's going to come up. Where's Shelby? Here comes the lovely Shelby. She's a stage manager in her day job. In her day job, she's helping to build the Hyperloop. Hyperloop, right? Yeah, it's going to go 700 miles an hour without me.
That's right. Paul doesn't.
Okay, she doesn't want to. Okay, so give your applause about which of these things you would rather, okay? Here's our first question. Would you rather have one eyebrow or no eyebrows? Now, there's a clarification. We're not talking a unibrow. We're talking just one eyebrow on the side of your face, on one side of your face, okay? Now, I'll give you the pros and cons in this. At least on one eyebrow, by profile, you would look normal. So there's that. But then you got to match the other eyebrow if you're going to draw it in. No eyebrows. There's some uniformity. You're going to draw both of them in. Okay, so let's hear applause for would you rather have one eyebrow. Applause for, you got that down?
I do. I have it.
Okay. Two eyebrows. No eyebrows. No. Okay. Would you rather be alone for the rest of your life or always surrounded by annoying people? I don't think that doesn't seem like a random question. I think about that every day.
genesis not only of their genius ideas. Democracy could never have prevailed just because democracy was not our destiny. But if we take a broader look,
I'm floating, you notice, I'm focused, you witness the passing emotion, the passion, the madness. OMG, I'm zoning, it's bogus. Y'all don't know me, I'm an OG. Gotta proceed and proceed to make green. Gotta make bread, I'm a baker. Get your cake up in the kitchen, I'll be whipping concoctions, rhyme scheme, toxic. My team, flawless. When I woke up, flawless. Like Beyonce, no way that I don't play. And really, it's Young Jenkins on the scene. Just peep the sequence that I lay down so unique. I'm just that guy to the pack of the sheep. Just call me the shepherd, follow the leader. Words of bond, y'all ain't never with me. L. James when I'm up in the game, a cavalier when I'm spitting that heat. Now I'm back and I'm on my grind. You really gotta ask me about to eat. Just came from the come up and also the entree on the tray. The dennis array from the diabetes. No, they still gonna bite my seeds. Please give me some space to breathe when I'm on the scene. Let me do my thing. Tell me why they always come for me. They know I really ain't got time. I don't know what they really want from me. Don't know what be running through their mind. I know them catch up, and if you're sleeping, then you better wake up. If you ain't eating, then you better wake up. I'm on a whole nother level. I told them catch up, and if you're sleeping, then you better wake up. If you ain't eating, then you better wake up. I'm on a whole nother level. I told you, say this, keep watch, I'm top notch, and y'all not gonna stop me. An impossible feat. Tell the world that we poppin', we probably hit the top spot. We quite possibly got to be out of the box, and y'all not gonna box me. We two next, no toenail, straight to business, no foreplay. But I intend to keep my intentions discreet like OJ. Simply sippin', watching Simpsons, and killed the whole game. But cover-ups always sucker punch when they find out your name. But it's okay. They probably still gonna hate on me anyway. They probably still gonna come up with this to say. But really ain't nothing y'all know that I ain't told you. I control the masses, I cause crashes, disasters strike like hot flashes. I flip modes when I bust loads on the nastiest and hide like black parents and keep you aware of the fact that I'm careful with the tactics. Nobody ever asked you, you bastards.
Hey, you're here. Well, that was easy. I can just, first of all, I will apologize. I'm the least prepared of any of the speakers that are here today because I didn't think about this part much over the last year when we were planning this. So I'm going to read a lot, I'm afraid. For the past couple of months, I've spent a lot of time explaining what TED and TEDx are. Today, though, you're here, so you get it, which is great. This is Mansfield's inaugural TEDx, and I'm curious, how many of you have been to a TEDx before? Okay, awesome. Now everybody has been to one, so good for you. Anybody here who's been to the Big TED in Vancouver? Oh my gosh, we have to talk. I have not yet, but I filed that one under what I like to call TED goals. Hi, I'm Tracy Graziani, and I'm the licensee for TEDxMansfield, and I may or may not be a little obsessed with TED. But TEDx is such a wonderful program, and that's because it empowers communities to put their best and brightest ideas forward and share them on an international stage, which, by the way, this is streaming worldwide right now. For the last several years, I kept thinking, Mansfield is ready for this. Someone should bring TEDx to Mansfield. And then one day I realized that I was someone, and so I applied. Why now? It's no secret that the world is becoming increasingly polarized and political. And I found myself feeling discouraged. I tried lots of things. I voted, I marched, I wrote letters, and I commiserated with my friends, but none of it really was satisfying to me. I just kept finding myself coming back to that Eleanor Roosevelt quote, "Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people." I count myself lucky that I grew up in a house where we talked about ideas a lot. And to be honest, I really don't remember talking about people. My parents were actually members of opposing political parties, something that's pretty rare right now. And I count myself all the luckier for it, by the way. At dinner, we'd always come up with interesting things to talk about. And we talked about ideas big and small. My brother was always coming up with ideas for wacky inventions. Often they were things that already existed, but good ideas nonetheless. One example is he thought, wouldn't it be cool if there was one unit that could be both a washer and a dryer in the same machine? Of course, those have existed in Europe for years, but they never caught on here. My dad, who, if you know him, which most of you don't, is actually a pretty serious guy, but at home he would make up silly songs to the tune of Camp Down Races, or you may know it as Doodah. I would demonstrate for you, however, my Doodah skills have never reached the Dave Gorenflow level, and he's at the OSU game today, so he can't do it for you. My mom and I were always figuring out how to solve the world's big problems. And to this day, our little quip, when we have the answer for one of these epic challenges, is, well, clearly, they just...
En fait, implicitement, on dit qu'ils attribuent une valeur au temps perdu dans les transports. Parce qu'au lieu de perdre du temps dans les transports, ils pourraient faire autre chose qui leur apporte plus de satisfaction, comme être avec leurs enfants, aller courir ou même travailler éventuellement. Ainsi, pour eux, un bon choix, ça va être un choix qui minimise le temps passé dans les transports. Et puis, nous avons ces touristes qui aiment aller dans la forêt. Implicitement, cela signifie qu'ils attribuent une valeur récréative à cette forêt. Mais ces touristes ne sont pas les seuls à attribuer une valeur à la forêt. En effet, l'activité économique du petit restaurant dépend indirectement de cette forêt. Pourquoi? Parce que cette activité dépend de la présence de touristes qui, elle-même, dépend de la présence de la forêt. Ainsi, le restaurateur attribue une valeur d'usage indirecte à la forêt. Et puis, nous avons ce pèlerin, comme on l'a vu, qui considère la montagne comme sacrée, ou qui, en d'autres termes, attribue une valeur spirituelle à la montagne. Et pour finir, imaginons un riverain qui vit dans la grande ville, qui ne va jamais dans la campagne aux alentours, mais qui, malgré tout, attribue une valeur d'existence à l'ours. Cela signifie qu'il a conscience que l'ours existait dans cette campagne avant sa naissance et qu'il a envie que l'espèce continue à exister au-delà de sa mort. Alors, que faisons-nous maintenant avec ces valeurs? Comment faire un choix? Eh bien, pour faire un choix, il faut en fait combiner le moteur des décisions avec les conséquences des différentes options. En d'autres termes, il faut combiner les valeurs avec la connaissance sur le fonctionnement des socio-écosystèmes. Pour illustrer le procédé, je vous propose de revenir à notre expérience de pensée et de prendre d'abord une seule valeur, la valeur d'existence de l'ours. Alors, on regarde les conséquences des différentes options sur l'ours et on voit que l'option qui est la route par le col n'est pas satisfaisante. Je vais donc l'exclure. Ainsi, un bon choix, cohérent avec la valeur d'existence de l'ours, sera une des 3 autres options. Je peux complexifier et rajouter une deuxième valeur. Par exemple, la valeur du temps perdu dans les transports. Alors, la première option, qui n'est pas de route, n'est pas satisfaisante de ce point de vue-là. Je vais donc l'exclure. Il me reste donc 2 options disponibles si je veux satisfaire ce binôme de valeurs. Et ainsi de suite. Alors, je rajoute une 3e valeur, qui va être la valeur récréative de la forêt, et je me rends compte que l'option par la vallée n'est pas satisfaisante. Alors là, vous me voyez arriver. Plus je rajoute de valeurs, et plus je prends le risque que je n'ai plus d'options disponibles pour faire un choix satisfaisant mon ensemble de valeurs. Et c'est le cas si je rajoute la valeur spirituelle de la montagne. La dernière option n'est pas satisfaisante. Je me retrouve donc dans une situation qui semble bloquée, avec aucune option disponible. Alors, comment faire un choix dans ce cas-là? Je vous propose de réfléchir à cette histoire de valeurs. Les valeurs, c'est ce qui va guider notre décision et ce qui est important pour nous. Mais peut-être que certaines valeurs sont plus importantes pour nous. C'est ce qu'on appelle les valeurs fondamentales. L'idée, c'est alors de refaire le même raisonnement, combiner connaissances et valeurs, mais en se focalisant sur les valeurs fondamentales. Alors, comme on ne tient pas compte de toutes les valeurs, on ne peut pas encore faire un choix. Mais en revanche, on peut déterminer quelque chose. Et ce quelque chose, ça s'appelle un domaine de viabilité. Un domaine de viabilité, c'est l'ensemble des options qui sont satisfaisantes du point de vue des valeurs fondamentales. Reprenons notre exemple. Réfléchissons aux valeurs et imaginons que la valeur fondamentale est la valeur d'existence de l'ours. Ainsi, je vais éliminer l'option qui n'est pas satisfaisante et, en corollaire, déterminer mon domaine de viabilité, qui est ici construit à partir de 3 options. Il s'agit ensuite de se focaliser dans ce domaine de viabilité et de refaire le même raisonnement, combinant connaissances et valeurs, en intégrant les autres valeurs, mais en se focalisant dans le domaine de viabilité. Alors vous allez me dire, oui, mais on a vu tout à l'heure que ces valeurs n'étaient pas compatibles, certaines d'entre elles sont antagonistes. On va être dans la même situation. Et c'est vrai, on ne va pas pouvoir faire un choix directement. Il va d'abord y avoir un processus de négociation entre les différents porteurs des différentes valeurs. De là va émerger un choix qui va être au sein du domaine de viabilité. Et c'est en ce sens que ce sera un bon choix, parce qu'on sera sûr qu'il va satisfaire les valeurs fondamentales. Dans notre exemple, nous reprenons le domaine de viabilité. Nous intégrons les 3 dernières valeurs. Émerge un processus de négociation, par exemple entre le syndicat du tourisme et le syndicat de la restauration. Et puis, un choix émerge. Ce choix ne peut pas satisfaire l'ensemble des valeurs. Mais comme il a lieu au sein du domaine de viabilité, on est sûr qu'il va vérifier la valeur fondamentale, qui est ici la valeur d'existence de l'ours. Alors, pour conclure, je vous propose de revenir à notre question initiale. Que pouvons-nous faire face à la crise? Moi, je pense que face à la crise, on peut faire quelque chose d'essentiel. On peut choisir. Nous avons vu que le choix était la combinaison de 3 éléments. La connaissance, les valeurs, dont certaines sont fondamentales, et un processus de négociation pour arbitrer entre les valeurs antagonistes. Alors, où en sommes-nous aujourd'hui? Du point de vue de la connaissance, nous avons beaucoup progressé. Nous connaissons bien, depuis une trentaine d'années, le fonctionnement des socio-écosystèmes. Et puis, nous avons de fabuleuses instances de négociation. Elles ne sont pas parfaites, mais elles commencent de plus en plus à se développer, comme par exemple la COP21. En revanche, ce qui manque, à mon avis, c'est un vrai débat explicite sur les valeurs. Alors, pourquoi je dis explicite? Parce qu'en fait, ces valeurs, elles existent. Parce que s'il n'y avait pas de valeurs, il n'y aurait pas de choix. Mais aujourd'hui, elles sont cachées, elles sont encapsulées. Elles sont encapsulées soit dans la connaissance scientifique, qui vise à donner des solutions clés en main aux décideurs politiques, ou bien encapsulées dans les processus de négociation, et donc colorées de rapports de force. Pourtant, un vrai débat explicite sur les valeurs nous permettrait d'avancer face à la crise, et ce, pour 3 raisons. Tout d'abord, on se rendrait compte qu'il y a des valeurs avec lesquelles on est d'accord, et cela permettrait d'augmenter le degré d'adhésion à certaines mesures politiques. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, certains programmes politiques sont perçus comme des contraintes. Mais en fait, si on explicitait les valeurs qui sont sous-jacentes, on se rendrait compte que ce n'est pas des contraintes, mais la conséquence naturelle de valeurs avec lesquelles nous sommes en accord. Le deuxième point, c'est qu'on se rendrait compte qu'il y a des valeurs sur lesquelles on n'est pas d'accord. Mais les expliciter avec précision permettrait, à mon avis, d'avancer sur la compréhension et la gestion de cette crise. Et enfin, expliciter ces valeurs nous permettrait de sortir d'une position passive face à la crise pour adopter une position active. Parce qu'en fait, face à la crise, on peut faire vraiment ce que l'on veut. Vraiment, on peut faire ce qu'on veut. Mais il faudrait seulement que l'on comprenne ce que l'on veut. Parce que c'est la condition sine qua non pour construire une nouvelle réalité avec laquelle nous serions en accord.
Céline Madsden-Boyer est enseignante, docteur agrégée, qualifiée maître de conférences en littérature anglophone. Elle est aussi fondatrice d'une compagnie de danse, Accordez-moi, mêlant danse, création vidéo et poésie. Après l'épreuve de la maladie, c'est la nécessité de la force d'espoir et d'amour qui s'impose à elle dans son enseignement, dans son activité artistique et dans son engagement solidaire. Elle partage avec nous sa nouvelle réalité, celle qui lui a donné la vie à nouveau.
J'ai 29 ans. Je me nomme Céline. Céline, étymologiquement, c'est Kélare, caché. Je me suis cachée longtemps, trop longtemps. J'ai pris des postures, j'ai fait de longues études. Section internationale, classe préparatoire, agrégation, doctorat et maîtrise de conférences. Je suis reconnue pour cela, pour les milliers de pages de mémoire écrites, pour l'excellence, pour la réussite, pour les tours d'ivoire construites, pour les articles rédigés, pour les conférences données, et pour le sourire timide qui acquiesçait tout le temps. Je suis reconnue. Je ne suis pas moi-même, mais je suis reconnue. Pourtant, dire qu'on reconnaît quelqu'un, c'est savoir qui il est. J'étais reconnue sans être connue. Je n'avais jamais exprimé qui j'étais. Mais à 29 ans, tout allait basculer. Petite, j'avais peur de devenir adulte. Je pensais qu'il arrivait à 30 ans ce glissement vers l'âge adulte. J'ai failli ne jamais avoir 30 ans. J'ai un cancer, j'ai 29 ans. Je viens de soutenir ma thèse. Demain, je rentre en chimio. Je vais partir pour 2 ans de traitement. Je vais enlever tous les vêtements qui ne sont plus les miens. Je vais être à nu pour ne plus me cacher. Céline, étymologiquement, c'est Kélare, caché. Je pense que cette identité va tomber. Je ne veux plus me cacher. À l'hôpital, une phrase dans ma tête tourne en boucle. Ouf, je n'aurai plus besoin d'être parfaite. Je vais arrêter de me cacher. Ma mue commence, mes cheveux tombent, je vais enfin être moi-même. Je vais devenir moi-même. Puisque je pars dans une descente aux enfers, je vais fabriquer ma propre réalité, pour ne pas laisser la réalité atroce qui me met à genoux prendre mon paysage et voler mes rêves. Je vais tisser ma réalité. Si je meurs avant 30 ans, est-ce que je dois réaliser un rêve abandonné au fond d'un tiroir? Oui, danser. Je vais danser. Je vais danser. Je vais danser chauve. Je vais danser sauvage, car seule ma tête travaillait jusqu'à présent. Mon corps était en sourdine. Il va se relever pour crier haut et fort qui je suis. Il va hurler quelle est la réalité que je me suis fabriquée. Je ne vais plus me cacher. Ma transformation a commencé. Ma chrysalide est un cancer. Je sors du cocon pour ouvrir enfin mes ailes. Mon envol sera majestueux. Je serai la 2e étymologie de Céline, Caelus Caeli, le ciel. Je serai le ciel. L'anagramme de mon prénom sera désormais en ciel. Le médecin me l'avait dit. Je sais, c'est le ciel qui vous tombe sur la tête. Oui, c'est bien le ciel. Ce ciel qui me tombe sur la tête, pour l'ouvrir en grand, c'est le ciel entier que je veux devenir. Quand je rentre en chimio, que les tuyaux m'envahissent, que mon corps devient faible, que je vomis dans les bassines, que mes cheveux dégringolent comme une pluie sans fin, je fabrique ma réalité en faisant confiance aux constellations que j'ai en moi, en installant des guirlandes de rêves, en laissant respirer au fond de moi tous les horizons, la force, les lucioles, les coquelicots, les vols d'oiseaux, le courage, la lune complice, l'apaisement. Je suis le ciel.
that forever I will be this child. You're precious and selfish, constantly unsatisfied, unable to grieve about my past, grieve about what I was not allowed to have. Shut up and try to find some way. This all is supposed to be okay. Feels like my stomach is to blame. Feels like my hunger is not to be tamed. Maybe my heart should bear some guilt as well. Maybe this child's tears are real as hell. Shut up and try to find some way. This all is supposed to be okay. Shut up and try to find some way. This one is supposed to heal someday. To heal someday. To heal someday. To heal someday. Ooh.
Nous avons fabriqué nos réalités et nous continuerons toujours. C'est la seule façon d'être en vie. Avant, je me cachais. Aujourd'hui, nous éblouissons. J'ai beau virevolter sur toutes les balançoires du monde, mon sein fond comme neige au soleil. J'ai un cancer. Mais j'avance la tête haute, haute comme 3 pommes, comme une Ève qui se respecte du haut de ses 3 fois 10 ans. Je commence déjà à me relever, même si ma robe est dégueulasse. Tant que les mouettes me trouvent belle, tout va bien. Je tourne la tête, je tourne comme les éoliennes, je tourne de l'œil, mais j'avance sans rougir. Petite reine de 30 ans à la robe salie, aux petits pieds nus, petite princesse qui a un cancer en elle, trop généreuse pour dire non. Je deviens la petite marchande d'allumettes qui tente de rallumer les étoiles, comme dit le poète. J'allume mes allumettes, mes réalités imaginaires. C'est ainsi, ce sont mes armes, celles avec lesquelles je me bats, celles que je fabrique, qu'elles soient réelles ou imaginaires. Petite guerrière malade et petite princesse à la robe en miettes, je pose mes petits pieds nus sur le sable mou, ils sont fragiles encore, mais je sens mes racines pousser jusqu'au centre de la terre. Je veux exploser de rire, voler en éclats, voler de mes propres ailes, je veux être le ciel. Une princesse, même enfantine, a des seins, les miens sont beaux, ils ne porteront plus la mort dans leur rondeur, dans leur ivresse. Ils seront auréoles d'amour, cercle de jeunesse. Je porterai 2 enfants, alors que je devais être stérile. Je fabrique ma réalité dans mon cœur, et elle commence alors dans mon ventre. La marchande d'allumettes en moi sourit. Elle a mis feu à la mort à son insu. Je suis le ciel, je suis en robe rouge, comme un ciel qui voit le soleil se lever. Je ne me cache plus. Le ciel ne se cache jamais, même derrière le brouillard. Je fais un avec l'univers maintenant. Ma métamorphose se termine. Je porte le monde dans mon ventre et l'espoir dans mon âme.
Maman, on t'avait dit que tu n'aurais pas d'enfant. Et tu nous as eu. Un garçon et une fille. Tu nous as fabriqués dans ton cœur, puis dans ton ventre. Tu as fabriqué ta réalité. Tu nous as appris à fabriquer notre réalité. La seule chose que tu nous as dit de fabriquer, c'est l'amour. On fera de notre mieux. Aimer, voilà pourquoi nous sommes sur terre. Je t'aime, maman, tu es le ciel, nous aussi, nous serons le ciel avec toi.
Je fabriquerai ma seule réalité, celle de l'amour. Je vais aimer jusqu'à l'infini. Amo ergo sum, j'aime donc je suis. L'amour sera l'unique réalité que je fabriquerai chaque jour.
Je t'aime, maman. On va construire le monde. Je vais danser avec toi. J'aime la vie. La 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 la.
Alexandre Valette est un physicien. Alexandre Valette est un physicien et un ingénieur. Après avoir étudié la théorie du chaos durant son doctorat, il a travaillé sur l'intelligence artificielle et fut récompensé à plusieurs reprises pour sa démarche peu orthodoxe. Sa phobie des boîtes noires le mène depuis quelque temps à s'intéresser aux fondements de notre ère électrique, les batteries. Elles sont partout, elles sont de plus en plus nombreuses, mais que sont-elles vraiment et quel est leur impact ?
Bon, ça, c'est pour après. D'abord, je suis venu vous parler de ces petits objets, et plus particulièrement ce petit objet. C'est difficile à distinguer à cette distance, et pourtant, en 2017, on en a produit 22 milliards. C'est-à-dire que si on les met bout à bout, les uns derrière les autres, on peut faire 35 fois le tour de la Terre avec. 35 fois. Il y en a par exemple une dans votre vapoteuse, il y en a 6 dans votre ordinateur portable, une dizaine dans un aspirateur sans fil, il y en a 30 dans ce vélo électrique, et il y en a plus de 8000 dans une voiture électrique Tesla. Donc c'est une pile, mais plus particulièrement, c'est une cellule lithium-ion. Vous avez dû en entendre parler déjà. Et ce qui est incroyable, en fait, vraiment une nouveauté pour moi en tout cas, c'est que c'est la même cellule, même modèle, tout, dans tous ces appareils. Même chimie, même tension, même forme exacte, même dimension. Dans tous ces appareils, c'est la même. Et en fait, c'est possible grâce à un principe physique relativement simple. Si je prends une deuxième cellule et que je mets le moins de la première avec le plus de l'autre, en fait, je double la puissance. Et si je mets le plus avec le plus, je double l'autonomie. Et ainsi, en choisissant bien la disposition de plein de cellules, on peut répondre à n'importe quel besoin en énergie. Je ne sais pas pour vous, mais moi, ça, c'est déjà une découverte, en fait, parce que, en fait, on vit dans un monde d'incompatibilité. Par exemple, combien de télécommandes se trouvent à côté de votre téléviseur? Ou alors, quand vous allez dans un magasin et que vous achetez un nouvel appareil, vous allez dans le magasin, vous achetez, mais vous ne demandez pas au vendeur si vous pouvez utiliser le chargeur de l'ancien avec le nouveau. Évidemment, c'est incompatible. Et pourtant, en fait, derrière cette espèce de complexité de façade, se cachent les mêmes petits cylindres. Et moi, j'ai découvert ça en faisant ce vélo. C'est-à-dire que j'ai une certaine nostalgie pour les formes des années 60. Donc ça, c'est une mobilette des années 60. Et j'ai voulu la transformer en un vélo électrique. Parce que, en fait, avec un vélo électrique, vous n'avez pas besoin de carte grise, de plaque, d'assurance, de casque. Surtout, ça ne fait pas de pollution et pas de bruit. Et donc, bon, j'ai passé un peu de temps, hein, ça ne se fait pas comme ça. Et surtout, le problème, c'est que je voulais garder l'esthétique et donc j'ai mis la batterie là-dedans. Et pour qu'elle soit suffisamment grosse, j'ai dû fabriquer une batterie. Et quand j'ai fabriqué une batterie, j'ai découvert ces petits cylindres, là, ces cellules lithium-ion. Et je vous avoue, ça a tout de suite été une découverte. Et une passion, en fait. Enfin, je suis devenu fou avec ça. Parce que, en fait, ça, c'est de l'énergie en barre. C'est de l'énergie en barre. On n'a jamais mis autant d'énergie dans un objet aussi petit et aussi puissant. La différence avec une pile alcaline que vous trouvez dans un supermarché, c'est que ces cellules lithium-ion contiennent des métaux rares. Et les métaux rares, par exemple le cobalt, comme leur nom l'indique, on en trouve très peu sur Terre. Par exemple, le cobalt, il est fabriqué dans des supernovas, c'est-à-dire des étoiles. Et il n'y a que sur certaines astéroïdes qu'il y en a en grande quantité. Il y a même des gens qui réfléchissent à capturer ces astéroïdes pour les amener sur Terre parce que ça coûte relativement cher comme matière. Et, et donc, hein? Oui, et en fait, ça, quand on y réfléchit, non, mais parce que ça me perturbe vachement, en fait. Quand... Et donc, quand on y réfléchit, ça veut dire que les véhicules là qu'on voit dans la rue, les Tesla et autres, en fait, ça roule avec de la poudre d'étoiles. Et c'est aussi avec de la poudre d'étoiles, de la poussière d'étoiles, que sont fabriquées toutes les technologies là qui doivent nous sauver du réchauffement climatique. Et ouais. Et en fait aussi, si on se rend compte, si on cherche un peu, ça là, les cellules lithium-ion couplées avec des panneaux solaires, c'est actuellement la meilleure façon d'apporter l'électricité dans les pays les plus pauvres et les moins développés. Et donc, si on se met, parce qu'il y a 1 milliard de personnes en fait qui n'ont pas d'électricité sur Terre, et donc si on fait l'exercice de se mettre avec eux, on se rend compte que sans l'électricité, en fait, c'est la peur et l'ennui. Pourquoi? Parce que le soir déjà, ça tombe relativement tôt, comme par exemple maintenant, donc il n'y a pas de lecture parce que pas de lumière, il n'y a pas de soirée avec des amis, il n'y a pas de cinéma, mais aussi il n'y a pas de moyens de communication, il n'y a pas de téléphone portable, il n'y a pas d'internet. Donc globalement, si on réfléchit bien, on enlève beaucoup de choses de notre vie d'occidentaux, et c'est vraiment la peur et l'ennui. Et en fait, ça, je vous dis ça parce que, en fait, l'énergie, c'est à la base de notre civilisation. Et d'ailleurs, ça se vérifie depuis toujours, parce que l'histoire, qu'elle soit politique, économique et par conséquent sociale et environnementale, elle est dictée par l'énergie. Par exemple, si vous vous rappelez de la première révolution industrielle, c'est-à-dire en fait la première révolution énergétique, vous avez les machines à vapeur qui entraînent des locomotives ou des métiers à tisser. Et en fait, on se rend compte que toute la géopolitique du 19e siècle, elle va se résumer, en fait, et elle va s'articuler autour d'une matière, le charbon, qui va être dominé par un pays, l'Angleterre. Et le 20e siècle, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que c'est exactement le même schéma. Vous avez les frères Wright qui font décoller le premier avion avec un moteur à explosion. Les usines Ford produisent des véhicules à la chaîne. Et toute la géopolitique du siècle, les conflits, les frontières, tout s'explique en grande partie par une matière, le pétrole, qui est dominé par un pays, les États-Unis. Et là, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'on est au tout début du 21e siècle. Et vous avez ces petits bâtonnets d'énergie, là, ce truc-là que j'aime beaucoup. et en fait, vous vous rendez compte qu'il y a une matière, alors peut-être, parce qu'on est au tout début du siècle, donc tout reste à écrire, mais vous avez une matière, cette poudre d'étoile, ces métaux rares, qui est dominée par un pays, la Chine. Et oui, parce que la Chine détient 90% de la production mondiale des métaux rares, comme le cobalt, le nickel et autres. Et dès lors, on comprend beaucoup mieux pourquoi elle pousse les énergies renouvelables. Elle signe la COP21, à la différence de Donald Trump, qui, lui, veut rester dans l'ancien monde, celui du pétrole. Donc vraiment, j'attire votre attention là, sur ces petits cylindres, parce que cette nouvelle dépendance, elle ne vient pas sans conséquence. Humains que nous sommes, quand il n'y en aura plus de ces trucs-là, il en faudra encore, il faudra en produire toujours plus. Et donc, dans ces cas-là, on connaît deux méthodes. La première, c'est faire la guerre, classique. La deuxième, c'est fracasser la Terre là, pour lui faire recracher vraiment jusqu'au dernier atome de métaux rares. Et donc, oui, il faut que je clique. Désolé. Voilà. Donc maintenant qu'il y a le premier slide, il n'y en a pas beaucoup, il n'y en a que 2, donc ça va aller. Maintenant qu'il y a le premier slide, vous pouvez donc repérer le 22 milliards de cellules dont je vous parlais au début, là, de production. Ça, c'est la production, en fait, de chaque année de cellules lithium-ion sur Terre. Ce qui est marrant, c'est de voir le 65 milliards là, qui arrive de 2020. Et donc, si vous regardez bien là, cette courbe, moi j'y vois une vague, en fait. J'y vois vraiment quelque chose là, comme ça, une belle vague qui arrive. Parce que nous, on est là, on est en deux... Enfin, on est avant la vague. Moi, je vois vraiment une vague parce qu'en fait, il y a une vague. Il y a une vague qui est immense et qui est à 5-10 années de nos côtes. Et 5-10 années, en fait, c'est la durée de vie de ces cellules lithium-ion. Nos côtes, évidemment, c'est les poubelles. C'est nos poubelles. Et donc, la vraie question qui se pose maintenant, c'est de savoir, cette vague-là, comment on la surfe, en fait. Parce qu'on ne va pas faire un discours alarmiste, on va essayer de faire un truc qui fonctionne. Et donc, ok, je suis d'accord, il y a des gens qui gloussent un peu parce qu'effectivement, le surf, là, c'est pas un truc qui est évident. Pour les gens qui habitent dans la région et qui pratiquent, enfin, en tout cas, moi, je trouve ça vraiment ingrat, quoi. Et donc, pour les trucs ingrats, j'utilise une méthode que j'appelle la méthode des 1 heure par jour. C'est hyper simple, mais moi, je trouve ça super puissant. La méthode des 1 heure par jour, ça consiste à vous fixer une mission. Donc, ça peut être, par exemple, apprendre le japonais. Et une fois que vous avez votre mission, vous signez un pacte avec vous-même qui stipule que vous allez passer 1 heure par jour consacrée à cette mission. Et ça, quelles que soient les conditions. Par exemple, que vous ayez mal à la tête, qu'il soit 3 heures du matin, que ce soit votre anniversaire, 1 heure par jour. Et si vous tenez le coup, franchement, il n'y a rien qui résiste. Donc moi, je suis suffisamment bizarre pour appliquer cette méthode-là à ces cellules lithium-ion. Et donc j'ai commencé par le basique, c'est-à-dire que je me suis renseigné sur le recyclage de ces cellules lithium-ion en France. Et donc je me suis rendu compte qu'en 2 mots, en fait, on récupère 50% de ces cellules. Et ensuite, la procédure, ça consiste à les chauffer à 150 degrés pour enlever les plastiques et autres. Ensuite, à les broyer, à les tamiser, à les chauffer à 900 degrés. Puis ensuite, à les baigner dans des bains d'acide pour essayer de séparer les différents matériaux. Donc d'un point de vue environnemental, je ne fais pas de dessin. Et d'un point de vue économique, en fait, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que ça nous coûte hyper cher. Ça coûte 4 000 € la tonne à détruire comme ça. Et donc, les conditions de surf, moyen, quoi. Donc en fait, je suis allé plus loin parce que la vraie puissance de cette fameuse méthode des 1 heure par jour, c'est que pendant les 23 autres heures de la journée, en fait, votre cerveau, il travaille pour vous. Il est tout le temps guidé par cette espèce de tâche sous-jacente. Et donc, pour l'anecdote, j'étais en train de regarder un film sur le dernier empereur de Chine. Mais rien à voir avec les métaux rares et tout. Mais le dernier empereur de Chine, on y voit des médecins qui auscultent des espèces de paniers en osier. Et dedans, il y a les excréments du souverain, enfin de l'empereur. Et tous les jours, ils regardent, ils reniflent, etc. Bon, ils goûtent presque, mais on n'en est pas là, mais c'est pas loin. Et en fait, là, mon cerveau, il s'est dit, mais oui, bien sûr, en fait, la vérité se cache là où ça pue. Et donc les heures suivantes, en fait, je les ai consacrées à faire les poubelles. Et oui, et donc j'ai retrouvé en fait le maximum de batteries lithium-ion que je pouvais retrouver dans les différentes poubelles. Et l'étape suivante, ça a été de les ouvrir pour extraire ces fameuses cellules. Et en faisant ça, déjà, je me suis rendu compte d'une chose. C'est-à-dire que ces cellules, avec leur disposition en série ou en parallèle, avec les plus et les moins, comme je vous disais au début, ben en fait, c'est la loi du maillon faible qui s'applique. Quand il y en a une qui tombe en panne, en fait, c'est toute la batterie qui part à la poubelle. Et alors, donc, j'ai continué et j'ai mesuré en fait la capacité, c'est-à-dire l'état de santé de chacune des cellules que je trouvais dans la poubelle. Et j'en ai fait des centaines et des centaines et des centaines. J'ai des caisses maintenant. Et en fait, c'est pour ça que je viens vous parler aujourd'hui, c'est parce qu'avec ça, j'ai fait une découverte, en notant vraiment tout, en faisant de la data, on va dire, là-dessus, et qui se résume en un seul chiffre, et ce chiffre, c'est 72%. En fait, il y a 72% des cellules qu'on trouve dans la poubelle qui sont en parfait état de fonctionnement. Donc, moi, j'ai trouvé ça hyper intéressant, et je suis allé voir... enfin, je suis allé voir des spécialistes. Et les spécialistes, franchement, eux, ils n'ont pas trouvé ça intéressant. Je pense qu'ils n'aiment pas du tout le surf et tout. C'était un bide, mais total, quoi. Parce qu'ils m'ont dit, en fait, t'es mignon, mais les cellules lithium-ion qui sont dans la poubelle, nous, on s'en fout. Parce que neuves, ça ne vaut pas assez cher pour qu'on se soucie des anciennes. Même si elles marchent et tout, c'est super, mais ce n'est pas assez cher pour que ce soit... Et donc, c'est-à-dire que malgré tout ce que je vous ai raconté, malgré que ce soit de la poudre d'étoiles, malgré le fait qu'il y ait des milliards de gens qui n'aient pas l'électricité, on jette des trucs qui fonctionnent parfaitement, et en plus, on dépense une fortune pour les détruire. Et ça, en fait, on m'a expliqué que ça s'appelait la loi du marché. Bon. Et cette loi du marché, moi, je la trouve assez écœurante, et en fait, ça me fait penser, quand on me parle de ça, à une image de mon enfance, parce que mes grands-parents étaient agriculteurs, et ils avaient une œuvre d'art dans la ferme, c'était celle-là, c'est l'Angélus de Millet. Et eux, ils avaient ça dans leur ferme parce que cette œuvre d'art, elle symbolisait pour eux toute la majesté des gens qui, en fait, chaque jour, cultivent la terre. Parce que quand ils cultivent la terre, en fait, c'est des gens qui payent la taxe. Et quand je parle d'une taxe, ce n'est pas une taxe pécuniaire. C'est une taxe, c'est une démarche, en fait. Cette démarche-là, c'est juste c'est une démarche qu'on doit à la Terre, et cette démarche, c'est juste de se baisser pour ramasser ce qu'elle nous donne. C'est pas plus cher que ça. Et en fait, la Terre tourne parce que on paye tous cette taxe, la plupart d'entre nous, en tout cas, payons cette taxe. Et quand un système commence à plus faire ça, en fait, on commence à vivre à crédit sur la Terre. Et moi, franchement, je trouve ça inacceptable. Parce que si on y réfléchit, cette loi du marché, en fait, c'est une mascarade. C'est basé sur notre croyance. Parce que, par exemple, si on y réfléchit, j'en ai pas, désolé, mais si je prends un billet de 50 € et que, vous êtes d'accord, c'est un bout de papier. Et pourtant, ce bout de papier, je peux l'échanger contre 10 ramettes de 1000 bouts de papier. Donc ça veut dire qu'il y a bien un pacte qui lie les deux. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a bien un fou, à un moment, qui a fait un espèce d'acte fondateur d'échanger un bout de papier contre de l'or. Donc en fait, ce que ça veut dire que c'est nous qui définissons la valeur des choses. C'est nous qui définissons la valeur de ces cellules. Et donc moi, j'imagine un monde où, en fait, quand vous avez tout simplement une batterie qui tombe en panne, vous pouvez la signaler, et quelqu'un vient la chercher, il l'ouvre, il sort les cellules, il fait le tri, et comme elle marche encore, il peut refaire des batteries avec, puisque tout est fait à partir de cette brique universelle. Donc il refait des batteries avec, il les revend, et même vous touchez de l'argent. Pourquoi pas? Ça veut dire que vous devenez actionnaire, en fait, c'est-à-dire que c'est comme un actionnaire, sauf que c'est vos déchets qui vous filent des dividendes. Et moi j'y crois à fond, et en fait, j'y crois tellement qu'à partir de maintenant, je vous rachète toutes vos batteries. Non, mais je suis sérieux. Je suis hyper sérieux. À partir de maintenant, vous pouvez essayer, vous pouvez pas, vous devez me vendre vos batteries. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Je repars avec.
Ces textes pourraient inspirer des talks TEDx. L'ère du plastique ou sortez-les ne sont-ils pas des invitations au questionnement? Des générations ont biberonné le répertoire engagé de son groupe, ces mêmes générations qui aujourd'hui prennent conscience de l'importance de leurs actes dans un monde global. Coach scénique, il vient du théâtre, mais vous le connaissez sans doute plus comme auteur, compositeur et chanteur. Christophe Mali du groupe Trio.
Alors, quand on m'a proposé de clôturer ce TEDx, je me suis dit « Waouh, quel honneur !» Il faut savoir que je suis un adepte de TEDx depuis plus de 10 ans, moi aussi derrière mon ordinateur. Je regarde comme ça, un à un, toutes les interventions, tous les talks. Et puis là, j'étais parmi vous. Et puis, une fois de plus, j'ai regardé toutes ces personnes et je me suis complètement retrouvé dans chacune d'elles, dans leur manière de voir la vie, dans leur manière d'envisager l'avenir, dans la manière de nous faire sourire, de nous faire rire, de nous émouvoir, de se questionner, de nous questionner. Et puis on m'a dit, bon, c'est à toi de conclure. Ok, nous y sommes, la fabrique de nos réalités. Alors déjà, il y a quelque chose qui frappe quand on les voit tous défiler, ces intervenants, c'est qu'il y a un lien. Il y a un lien entre chacun d'eux. Et un lien dans lequel moi-même, je me retrouve totalement. Et ce lien, c'est la passion. La passion. Alors qu'ils soient philosophes, économistes, chercheurs, danseurs, danseuses, clowns, fouilleurs de poubelles, disséqueurs de batteries, médecins, psychiatres, chacun ému par une passion qu'ils vont chercher dans leur histoire profonde, dans leur intimité, une passion qui les invite à se questionner, à nous questionner, à agir, une passion qui les relie aux autres et qui le relie au monde. Alors quand j'étais tout petit, vraiment très petit, je faisais des spectacles dans ma chambre. Alors bon, je ne suis pas du tout enfant de la balle, parce que mon père vient plutôt du milieu de la banque, ma mère vient plutôt du milieu de l'université, donc du coup rien ne me prédestinait à devenir chanteur ou artiste. Et pourtant, je passais un temps fou dans ma chambre à préparer des petits spectacles. Je tendais un grand drap blanc entre mon bureau et mon étagère, et puis je faisais des décors en papier crépon, je préparais des musiques, je préparais des histoires, des petites affiches que je collais partout dans mon immeuble, et puis j'invitais tous les voisins à venir voir tous mes petits spectacles. Alors, ce n'étaient pas des petits spectacles, parce que c'était des spectacles qui duraient des heures. Et alors, en plus, je ne supportais pas quand on parle pendant mes spectacles. Alors, les seuls qui étaient là et qui étaient obligés de revenir, parce que les voisins ne revenaient pas, c'était mes parents. Et mes parents, ils chuchotaient tout le temps. Mais d'où ça lui vient? Mais d'où ça lui vient, cette envie de se mettre en scène, cette envie de chanter? Bon, en gros, ce qu'ils disaient, c'est « mais qu'est-ce qu'on va faire de lui ?» En fait, j'étais ému moi aussi par une passion, par la passion de la scène. Comme Alice tout à l'heure. Vous savez Alice, la clown, qui elle, à 17 ans, voit son premier spectacle de clown contemporain et elle se dit « c'est ça que je vais faire ». Non, c'est pas ça que je vais faire, c'est ça que je dois faire. Et c'est ça qui va donner du sens à toute sa vie. Et moi aussi, c'est ça qui a donné du sens à toute ma vie. Alors c'est génial de découvrir sa passion quand on est ado, quand on est enfant, parce que du coup, notre vie est entièrement tendue vers un but comme ça. Vers un but qui devient une évidence. Et ça devient notre réalité, et cette réalité, on se la fabrique, pas à pas. Et tous nos intervenants, on l'a vu aujourd'hui, sont mus par une passion qui les pousse à agir, à se questionner, à nous questionner. Et puis bien sûr, il y a l'enfance, parce que j'étais enfant. Et quand on est enfant, on est le roi du monde. Quand on est enfant, on est invincible. Quand on est enfant, on est capable de tout. Vous savez, on est comme la grenouille dont parlait Sophie au tout début. Cette grenouille qui n'écoute rien, qui fonce, et qui arrive à atteindre des sommets. Et même si ce n'est pas des sommets, c'est pas grave. Ce n'est pas des sommets, on est enfant, on est quand même assez haut, et on le voit devant, son chemin, qui est tout tracé. J'étais jeune, j'étais fougueux. J'étais jeune et fougueux, et un jour, j'entends à la radio « Tomber du ciel » de Jacques Higelin. Alors là, comme Alice, c'est le coup de foudre. Je deviens instantanément fan. J'écoute tout, j'achète tous ses albums, je connais toutes ses chansons, je chante comme lui, je joue du piano comme lui, je m'habille comme lui, je me coiffe comme lui, je marche comme lui, j'ai les mêmes gestes que lui, j'arrive même à dégoter son numéro de téléphone personnel. Parce que quand on est fan de quelqu'un, forcément, on veut le rencontrer. Alors moi, je ne voulais pas le rencontrer pour des autographes, etc. Moi, ce que je voulais, c'était lui chanter mes chansons que je chantais au piano, comme lui. Alors, j'avais son numéro de téléphone et j'appelais, et ça répondait jamais. Et puis un jour, j'appelle et il décroche. Alors là, je m'en souviens toute ma vie. Bien sûr, lui, extrêmement désagréable. Mais t'es qui, toi? On se connaît? Non, on se connaît pas. Où est-ce que tu as eu mon numéro? Comment tu as eu mon numéro? T'arrêtes d'appeler chez moi. T'appelles plus chez moi, ok? Et il raccroche. Alors là, je prends mon courage à deux mains, je prends le métro, et 45 minutes après, je débarque chez lui. Non, parce que j'avais aussi son adresse personnelle. Non, mais j'étais un vrai fan. Alors, je sonne, et là, je le vois. Il est là, à la fenêtre en haut, il me regarde, il comprend direct qui je suis. Il me dit, c'est toi qui as appelé tout à l'heure? T'as du culot, toi. Hein? Bon, vas-y, rentre. Et me voilà chez Jacques Higelin. De la passion à l'idée, de l'idée à l'action, du rêve à la réalité. J'ai 15 ans. Et je lui chante mes chansons. Alors il écoute, il me dit qu'il aime, il m'encourage. Et depuis ce jour-là, eh bien, il y a un lien incroyable. Un lien, vous savez, comme une sécurité, comme quelque chose d'extrêmement fort qui m'a guidé toute ma vie, jusqu'à aujourd'hui. comme une sécurité émotionnelle. Quand la personne que vous admirez le plus, vous prend dans ses bras et vous incite, vous encourage, vous accompagne dans vos convictions, vous accompagne dans votre destinée et vous accompagne dans vos rêves. C'est l'attachement dont parlait Anne tout à l'heure. L'attachement à l'autre. Parce qu'au fil de toutes ces années, Jacques est devenu mon père. Un père artistique, un père qui m'a guidé, qui m'a accompagné, et un père que j'ai quitté dans le cimetière du Père-Lachaise il y a quelques mois, dans les larmes et dans la joie. C'est un cadeau. Comme disait Anne tout à l'heure, c'est un cadeau, c'est un défi de la vie. Et il faut en prendre soin. Il faut en prendre soin parce que c'est ça qui vous pousse à regarder l'autre ensuite avec bienveillance. Essayez encore toute sa vie de regarder l'autre avec bienveillance. Et puis l'enfance, parce qu'avec l'enfance, on est capable de tout. On a cette force incroyable. Et ça, on l'a vu aujourd'hui, dans tous les intervenants. Ça, notre réalité intime, c'est notre conviction. C'est notre conviction, c'est nos rêves, Sophie le disait tout à l'heure, et c'est ce qui fait qu'on se fabrique au fur et à mesure une réalité rêvée, une réalité sublimée, et tout d'un coup, on arrive à la matérialiser. Alors plus tard, je traîne dans une MJC, et derrière la MJC, je vois un mec avec une crête sur la tête, avec des piercings partout, qui chante ça. C'est l'hymne de nos campagnes, de nos rivières, de nos montagnes, de la vie manne, du monde animal. Crie-le bien fort, juste les cordes vocales. C'est l'hymne de nos campagnes. Bon alors là, c'est un second choc. En fait, je viens de voir Gizmo, je viens de rencontrer Gizmo, Manu, toute sa bande. Et alors là, on devient amis, on commence à faire de la musique. C'était il y a 25 ans. Et tous nos potes autour de nous disent « Ah mais c'est génial quand vous chantez, ça sonne terriblement, faites un groupe ». Ils créent le groupe et c'est les premières heures du groupe Trio. Alors, Trio, on est les enfants de Brassens, on est les enfants de Renaud, on est les enfants de Thiéphène et on est les enfants d'Higelin. Alors pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas, il y a une colonne vertébrale dans Trio. Quelque chose d'assez fort, c'est peut-être le côté politique et le côté écolo. Alors bien sûr, les chansons écologiques, et parler d'écologie, surtout en musique, je vous rappelle qu'il y a 25 ans, c'était complètement has-been. On disait, oui, alors les glaciers vont fondre, on dit il y a des espèces qui vont partir, on disait oui, et alors c'était en fait une réalité, mais c'était une réalité extrêmement lointaine. Alors en plus, nous, en musique, on était habillés avec des pantacourts, alors tout le monde nous prenait pour des fumeurs de joints, tu vois, on pensait qu'on habitait dans des tipis, au bord de feu, qu'on jouait de la guitare toute la journée en bouffant des graines, tu vois le genre. Et nous, on s'en fout, on fonce. On chante nos chansons, on y croit, c'est engagé, le public est là, et là on commence à faire des tournées, et ça dure, et quel plaisir, et c'est encore la passion. Et puis au bout d'un moment, et assez rapidement, on décide de passer aux actes. Alors les actes, quand on parle et quand on passe pour un écolo, c'est par exemple faire le bilan carbone de la tournée. Parce que bon, les mangeurs de graines, quand ils tournent toute la journée dans leurs énormes tourbus et qui parcourent toute la France tous les jours, et l'énergie, on en dépense. Et là, je fais le lien avec Alex. Alex qui vient juste de passer. Vous savez, le disséqueur de batterie, le fouilleur de poubelles. Parce que nous, les batteries, je ne sais pas si vous savez, mais sur une tournée, alors là, les piles, il y en a. C'est qu'il y a des piles partout. Il y en a dans les micros, il y en a dans les chefs, il y en a dans les packs, il y en a dans les guitares. Et puis, ça, c'est pour chaque musicien, plus les techniciens. Puis alors, vous savez, les piles en plus, je ne sais pas si vous savez, on ne les utilise pas jusqu'au bout. Parce qu'on ne va quand même pas prendre le risque que le micro du chanteur s'arrête en plein milieu du show pour aller jusqu'au bout de la pile. Alors du coup, on se retrouve avec des milliers de piles. Et alors, elles sont là comme ça. Alors bon, nous, notre solution a été quand même plus facile à trouver que celle d'Alex. Nous, c'était chargeur de piles. Alors, c'était des dizaines et des dizaines de chargeurs de piles sur le côté de la scène qui, toute la journée, fait ça. Alors aujourd'hui, ça paraît basique. Il y a 20 ans, ça l'était quand même un petit peu moins. Alors Alex, c'est ça. Alex, c'est quelque chose qui nous paraît, nous, complètement naturel, complètement habituel, jeté. Et alors lui, il va essayer de disséquer tout ça, de comprendre le fonctionnement, et il va essayer de trouver une solution pour ne plus jeter ce qui contient encore de l'énergie. Comme nous, aujourd'hui, on va essayer de garder, de ne pas jeter toute cette énergie qu'on a eue pendant ce TEDx. Essayez de penser autrement. Pareil à l'époque, je ne sais pas si vous vous souvenez. Nous, on faisait des tournées dans les zéniths, et à la fin des concerts, je ne sais pas si vous vous souvenez, dans les fosses, les jeunes savent pas, et dans les fosses, c'était jonché de gobelets en plastique. Et il y en avait partout. Alors ça, c'est pareil. Très vite, on se disait, bon, on va faire autrement. On avait nos gobelets recyclés, avec marqué Trio dessus. On a embauché une personne, on a pris un camion, on a acheté des tas de lave-vaisselle. On mettait les lave-vaisselle dans les camions, et à chaque fois, tous les jours, dans les zéniths, on les ressortait. Et on lavait les gobelets, et on les lavait. Alors du coup, on a prouvé que c'était viable économiquement. Du coup, on avait une personne en plus sur la route. Les gens, soit ils partaient avec leurs gobelets, soit ils nous les donnaient, ça faisait de l'argent, ça payait l'emploi. Et donc voilà, et c'était possible. Alors aujourd'hui, je vous dis ça, ça vous paraît complètement basique, parce que tous les festivals le font, et même les zéniths se mettent à le faire. Mais il y a 20 ans, c'était beaucoup moins évident. Penser autrement, croire en ce qu'on fait et faire ce que l'on croit. Et être responsable de ce qu'on laisse derrière nous. Lauriane, tout à l'heure, nous a rendus responsables d'un paysage de montagne. Avec une question sur notre faculté à agir face à la crise écologique. Et en filigrane, une autre question bien plus importante encore, qui est: est-ce que la crise écologique nous laisse le choix ? Agir. Lauriane nous l'expliquait tout à l'heure, agir en fonction de nos valeurs, des valeurs fondamentales qui sont extrêmement ancrées en nous. Ce sont des valeurs inviolables, et ce sont ces valeurs qui vont nous guider dans notre action. Pour Pierre, là, on est au pied de la montagne. Pierre, qu'est-ce qu'il avait le trac? On est au pied de la montagne et il sera bientôt trop tard pour agir et pour sauver l'humanité. Du coup, ça nous impose de produire plus avec moins. Ça nous impose d'unir nos forces, d'unir nos actions. Alors voilà, l'histoire de Pierre, elle est géniale parce que Pierre, il a quitté sa vie citadine, il a quitté ses sociétés, et je vous assurer qu'il revient de loin, vous lui en parlerez tout à l'heure. Et il a retrouvé son village natal, il est revenu à la nature, il est revenu aux sources, et voilà. Il a pris ce qui existait déjà et il en a développé un concept durable, un concept profondément moderne, l'aquaponie. Alors on peut le regarder comme un illuminé, hein, il reste artisan. Ça reste un artisan d'une nouvelle réalité. On peut le regarder comme un illuminé, je pense qu'il est à la source d'une nouvelle manière de produire et d'une nouvelle manière aujourd'hui de consommer. Et puis bon, Pierre, c'est bien de passer pour un illuminé aussi, hein, parce que finalement, on peut passer pour un illuminé quand nous, on a la conviction profonde d'être dans notre propre réalité. Finalement, aujourd'hui, tous les intervenants étaient complètement illuminés. Et je vais vous dire quelque chose, c'est à moi de vous le dire. Parmi tous ces intervenants, aujourd'hui, il y avait un imposteur. Il y avait un comédien. Il y avait une personne qui vous a fait croire qu'elle était ce qu'elle n'était pas et qui vous a complètement mené en bateau. En même temps, vous savez quoi? On est sur une scène. Sur une scène, on est là pour jouer un rôle. Alors, bien sûr, sur une scène, tout est possible. Et puis, vous aussi, en tant que public, vous avez un rôle. Vous aussi, vous avez un rôle de ne pas tout prendre pour argent comptant, d'exercer votre bon sens. Benoît nous l'a expliqué tout à l'heure, avec l'essor de cette technologie, l'intelligence artificielle, et de dire que l'essor de cette technologie allait nous imposer à tous d'exercer notre capacité critique individuelle, notre sens commun. Bon alors, c'était qui l'imposteur? Il y en a qui veulent balancer, c'est ça, hein? T'es dit que c'est de l'arnaque? Non, 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 non. Vous savez, si on ne sait pas ce qui est faux, on ne peut pas savoir ce qui est vrai. Je vous rassure. Aujourd'hui, tout était vrai. N'en doutez pas. Regardez le monde tel qu'il est, et non pas tel qu'on se l'imagine. Regardez les hommes, regardez les villes, regardez les campagnes, regardez les océans. Avec Hugo vers l'homme. Putain, le nom, vers l'homme, ça ne s'invente pas, vers l'homme. Hugo nous parle d'un proverbe hawaïen, et ce proverbe nous dit « ne tourne pas le dos à la mer ». Et il nous dit aussi « jamais la mer n'a eu autant besoin de nous et jamais nous avons eu autant besoin de la mer ». Il nous parle de ces magnifiques initiatives, toutes ces initiatives, et on le comprend. On le comprend que chaque goutte d'eau compte. C'est le principe des petites victoires. Il y a quelques semaines, j'étais au Maroc avec le mouvement Colibri. Le mouvement Colibri, c'est un mouvement qui a été initié par Pierre Rabhi, Cyril Dion et bien d'autres. Et ce mouvement a été inspiré par une légende amérindienne que je vais vous conter si vous ne la connaissez pas. Cette légende raconte: un jour, il y eut un grand incendie. Tous les animaux étaient apeurés, tous les animaux étaient terrassés. Tous sauf un, le petit colibri. Et le petit colibri va chercher quelques gouttes avec son bec qu'il ramène comme ça sur le feu. Alors, au bout d'un moment, le tatou, pour qui cette agitation semble bien dérisoire, s'adresse au colibri et lui dit: « Colibri, tu sais que tu ne vas pas pouvoir éteindre le feu avec ces petites gouttes. » Et le colibri lui répond: « Je le sais, mais je fais ma part. » Alors aujourd'hui, nous sommes tous des petits colibris face au défi titanesque qui nous attend. Notre éthique doit rester intacte. L'impossible, l'imprévisible peut devenir réalité. Pour vous dire aussi qu'il faut vivre et qu'il faut croire en ses passions, qu'il faut croire en ses rêves, qu'il y a des codes, oui, mais que ces codes sont faits pour être bousculés, malmenés. Je finirai par une intervention qui m'a profondément touché, et je pense vous aussi, celle de Céline. Et Céline, c'est un véritable pied de nez à la vie. De la voir s'épanouir, danser devant nous, danser pour nous, avec une envie comme ça, de la prendre très très fort dans ses bras et de la serrer comme ça très 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 fort. Entendre ces enfants nous rappelle que si nous sommes là aujourd'hui, c'est pour construire leur réalité. Nous sommes là pour eux. La route est très, très, très longue. Mais le futur est extrêmement réjouissant.
TEDx Bordeaux 2018 se termine. Beaucoup d'émotions, beaucoup de belles idées, beaucoup de rires. On est très fiers d'avoir partagé avec vous cette édition, d'avoir partagé avec vous ce grand moment.
Il est l'heure des remerciements.
C'est ça.
De remercier tous ceux qui font TEDx Bordeaux. Vous verrez, ils sont très nombreux. Et déjà, il va y avoir une armée qui va monter. L'équipe des bénévoles, venez nous rejoindre, s'il vous plaît. Merci, merci beaucoup.
Nous allons remercier maintenant les partenaires qui ont fait aussi ce TEDx avec nous et qui ont permis que ça ait lieu dans ce magnifique, justement, lieu, l'Opéra national de Bordeaux, qui... Le groupe Pichet, qui a permis de construire cette édition également.
Les lieux relais vont sûrement les remercier. Merci à la Pure Prod, la société de production qui a monté et réalisé. Merci. Aux écoles à qui nous avons fait appel, hier notamment chez Vatel, pour le fameux dîner de la veille, et des étudiants qui sont venus nous prêter main forte, ainsi que l'ECV, école de communication, qui nous a fait le plaisir de réaliser l'affiche. Mention spéciale à Charlotte Peretti, qui est par là, qui l'a réalisée. L'affiche, c'est elle.
Nous remercions également le CMSO qui a renouvelé son engagement cette année encore. La Grande Poste qui nous convie pour le cocktail de tout à l'heure.
À Orange qui nous a permis d'avoir la connexion suffisante pour pouvoir envoyer toutes les images en direct dans tous les lieux relais. À la mairie et notamment au service culturel qui nous a permis d'avoir ce lieu notamment aussi.
Un grand merci au conseil départemental et notamment à la solidarité numérique. Merci également à Bordeaux Métropole pour son soutien renouvelé.
À Télio et Domo France, premier pas d'un long chemin, nous espérons, ensemble. Aux coworking qui nous ont supportés toute l'année pour nos nombreuses réunions, en tête, tout premier, Akinum, partenaire historique de TEDx Bordeaux. Mais Digital Village aussi, et le Cool Working. Merci à vous tous.
Nous remercions également les 3 lieux atypiques qui nous ont accueillis pour les TEDx Bordeaux Salon, l'espace Maringo, les Vivres de l'Art et le bateau Marco Polo. Alors également, juste derrière vous, il y a les lettres TEDx Bordeaux. Le Bordeaux a été fait cette année par Benoît Rancinang. Et le TEDx, c'est encore lui, il y a 7 ans déjà. Je ne sais pas où il est.
Au vignoble Régis Chaigne et Fils, le vin que vous aurez l'occasion de déguster à la Grande Poste tout à l'heure. Merci beaucoup. Et à Cap Science, partenaire de dernière minute qui nous a sauvés sur la scénographie. Merci beaucoup.
Nous remercions également les lieux relais qui ont permis d'accueillir gratuitement toutes les personnes qui y sont allées du coup. Donc merci pour leur organisation.
Aux anciens colis licenciés, TEDx Bordeaux a 8 ans aujourd'hui, 2018 pardon, depuis 2011, TEDx Bordeaux existe et si ce que c'est aujourd'hui, c'est grâce à vous. Merci beaucoup.
Un grand merci spécial aux organisateurs de TEDx France qui sont aussi parmi nous. Nous avons TEDx Annecy. TEDx Tour. Ils sont, ouais, là-haut. Et nous avons également TEDx Cage. Est-ce qu'elles sont les... Yeah.
Merci. Et ils vont nous rejoindre aussi, tous les speakers de la journée. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Allez, 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 allez.
Quentin, il n'est pas cité. Il n'est jamais cité.
Ah, dans le programme après.
D'accord.
Non, attends, vite fait. Et bien sûr, on vous remercie tous d'avoir participé à cette belle journée.
Bravo.
À vous tous.
On va faire une photo. Ne bougez pas, on va faire une petite photo.
Levez-vous tous. Levez-vous, on va essayer de faire une photo dans l'autre sens.
Je sais pas du tout. Faut se baisser. Faut se baisser.
Ah bah oui, si on se baisse pas, tu vas pas avoir le film.
On se baisse.
Moi, je suis déjà assis, moi.
Ouais. Merci. Voilà. Pour ceux qui ont des places avec le cocktail, nous vous donnons rendez-vous tout de suite à côté, à la Grande Poste, pour un cocktail rue du Palais Gaillan. Avec en présence des speakers de l'équipe et des bénévoles.
Et juste avant de partir, on voudrait juste remercier Karine et Mathieu. J'aimerais bien qu'on les applaudisserait fort.
When I was living full-time as Christine, Mom and I went out to dinner together, and she said, I love this restaurant, don't you? I especially like how the tables are tucked into these little cubby holes. Nice and private, don't you think? Well, your brother called and said you told him. He's pretty shook up, but I think he'll be all right. Anyhow, you look very nice. I like that color on you, especially since it goes... Oh, look, it's Mildred. You remember Mildred, don't you? Mildred, hello, how are you? Well, you look wonderful, too. Mildred, this is Christine. You know, Christine, my daughter. My daughter, Christine. Oh, you didn't know? Or you forgot? Oh, memory is funny. I know. Can't tell you all the things I've forgotten. Forget my head if it wasn't... Well, it was great seeing you again, Mildred. And I'll call you real soon. I will. I promise I will. Oh, okay. You call me sometime. Later tonight? Sure. That'll be fine. Mom stepped up at that time. But going back in time, back when I was 6 years old, things were a lot more confusing. Sign of the cross. When I'm 6 years old, I'm a boy named Richard. I go to Sunday school every week and ask God to make me a girl. I figure, compared to the loaves and fishes, it's not that big a deal. Then one Sunday morning, I have an epiphany. My family walks 1 block up Scarborough Road to the busy thoroughfare where our street intersects with Coventry Road and Fairmount Boulevard in Cleveland Heights. Then we cross the street to go to Fairmount Presbyterian Church, right there on the opposite corner. On this trek, holding my dad's hand, I see a sign by the crosswalk. It has 3 words on it, and I can read the last 2, cross here. But the first word is long, and it tires me out to look at it. But I do notice it starts with a P and ends with R-I-A-N, like the name of our church. So I come to the conclusion that the sign says, Presbyterians cross here. This thought percolates for a bit, and I begin to feel powerful as a 6-year-old can feel. It appears our religion owns this crosswalk. And as I walk on other streets with my parents, it seems we've taken over many of the other crosswalks in the neighborhood. I begin to look with new admiration at the adults who run our church. And I wonder where other people cross the street. Like the Catholics who go to St. Anne's Church down the way. I figure they must have to dart through traffic to get from one side to the other. And being 6, this does not seem too harsh a penalty. After all, I imagine we won these crosswalks fair and square. I knew we had an army, since we sang about our Christian soldiers almost every Sunday. The crosswalks were ours now, so too bad for them. I was a Presbyterian, king of the crosswalks, and I imagined glorious future victories when we might even take over the sidewalks themselves. Of course, I eventually came to realize that the first word on those signs did not say Presbyterians. It was a profoundly deflating moment for me, and I've questioned the authority of signs and religion ever since. I'd like to conclude with this piece that's not from the film, but captures my relationship with my daughter, Noelle. The lifespan of a hug. It was the day when she crawled up on my lap at 3 years old, threw her little arm around my neck like a drinking buddy, and waited for a hug from me, her dad. That was when my arms lay on the arms of the chair, inert, dead. I could not hug my little daughter because I knew that inside I was different. I couldn't play pretend anymore, have her think I was a man when in reality I knew that was a lie. So I didn't hug her. And eventually she crawled down off my lap, toddling off, hurt and confused. She learned not to ask for hugs or to wait for one because I was hidden too far away, too bruised. The pain was racking because my secret was hijacking my love for her, ransacking our relationship that was lacking only one thing, the truth. She pulled away, put her feelings in a box, and decided life without a dad wasn't all that bad. Just turn up the music, forget the shocks, forget about the father you might have had. And it only got worse until, after many years, it was exactly 14, when she graduated from high school and I came out as Christine. And one day, I asked her for a hug. And she gave me one. I swear, it was a short, stiff-armed hug, more like a shrug, but still, it was there. And over time, we patched the little boat that held us, smoothed out the rawness, fixed the leaks, made sure it was honest. Now she's 46 and I'm 73, and we hug all the time. We even do a little hugging dance, a slow rocking back and forth like a trance. La-dee, la-da, while we stand and embrace, humming soft and low. La-da, la-dee. As parent and child, let the healing flow. as father and daughter douse the fires of our history to let something better flourish and grow. She still calls me Dad. It's an honor, I confess, since we no longer need to scurry and hide. Here comes my father, my daughter says with pride. She's the one in the purple dress. I celebrate all men who are good dads through and through, those like my father who are male, tried and true. But I found that sometimes it's not so easy being human, and that for me to be a better dad, I had to be a woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Very powerful. Christine's metamorphosis helped her settle into her true self. Now, what happens when our attempts at finding answers only produce more questions? Collier Landry was just a boy when his mother's murder thrust his family and ultimately him into a televised courtroom drama that left him without a mother and full of questions. His recent documentary film, A Murder in Mansfield, was an attempt at finding answers, but since the release of the film, many have wondered how Collier is doing. Now, you have the opportunity to learn from the man himself as he discusses what happens when you don't find the answers you seek. Please welcome to the stage, Collier Landry.
I would like everyone here to take a moment right now and close your eyes. Go ahead, close your eyes, please. Now, I want you to imagine that you are 11 years old. It's the holidays. You are asleep in your bed, dreaming away. Okay? Now open your eyes. Those two sounds, those thuds, are what woke me up on the morning of December 31st, 1989. And those sounds were my mother's skull being smashed in while she was being suffocated, 15 feet away from my bedroom. I then counted 12 footsteps as they slowly walked down the hallway. And then they stopped at my door. I knew at that moment that if I had looked up, I wouldn't be standing here today. 25 days later, police exhumed my mother's body from underneath my father's new home in our neighboring state of Pennsylvania. Little did I know at that moment that I was about ready to embark on a journey to discover what resilience is, to turn my why into what now, and to realize that sometimes the answer that you seek is not necessarily the answer that you need. My father murdered my mother, and my life was changed forever. Just as my mother's skull was smashed in, so was the innocence of my youth. Now, instead of deciding which video game I was going to play with my friends or which action figure I was going to get at the toy store, I was faced with a different set of questions. Being torn from my home, my dog, and my whole way of life, I was wondering, where am I going to live? Will I get a new mommy and daddy? What the hell is foster care? And most importantly, how did I get here? My father's selfish act turned not only my own life upside down, but affected an entire community. The community of Mansfield, Ohio, the audience that sits here before me right now. And little did we know that our tiny town of 25,000 people at that time was going to be thrust into the national spotlight for a trial that was so horrific in its nature. I testified at trial for 2.5 days against my father as the key witness for the prosecution because I heard the murder happen. And I worked with them because I was angry, I was hurt, but I was determined. I was determined to put my father in the one place that he belonged, in prison for life. Little did I realize that when I testified at trial, I was actually working through my own trauma because I was going through an action because at that point in my life, I felt like I had no control over anything. I had no say where I was going to live. I was stuck in a foster care home I didn't want to be in. I was separated from my family, and I was abandoned by my family. But the one thing that I could do, that I could make a difference in, is testifying. But one thing always evaded me, and it continued to evade me the rest of my life. Why? Why did my father, my own flesh and blood, commit such a horrific and heinous act? And how could he so selfishly turn not only his own life upside down, destroy my mother's life, but destroy and affect an entire community that was so connected to this trial? I struggled for the next 25 years with this question. So much so that I took myself to Los Angeles, California after getting out of music school because I wanted to do something with this story. I had to do something positive with this because I was not going to let this define me. I went as far as to creating a film with a 2-time Academy Award winner, and the result was A Murder in Mansfield. Now, I want to take a moment to say that over that 25 years, my father manipulated, deceived, did everything he could in his power to have me rescind my testimony, to have me represent him at the parole board, to help him get out, anything that this man could do to manipulate me. And I always just wanted my father's love, right? Because I had already lost one parent. And despite as gruesome as everything was, I wasn't prepared to lose another. Now, in the film's final scene, I confront my incarcerated father in prison. And finally, I'm going to get that moment. I'm going to have that moment where I can ask this man, why? Why, Dad? Why did you do this? You know what? In what is definitely a very heartbreaking scene, my father is unable to answer. Hidden below the depths of narcissism and self-protection, he denies any wrongdoing. It was at that moment that I realized that I had taken back the power in that room by confronting my father finally and saying, "You did this, I want to know why." But I never got the answer to my question. So you know what? I was a failure. Failed as a filmmaker, failed as a human being. I never got the answer to the one question that I wanted. Then I realized something, because like most things in life, failure often disguises as success. I realized that what if the answer that I was seeking wasn't really the answer that I needed? It's an interesting concept, right? You see, life will never, ever really give us the answer to the whys that we want, right? It just doesn't. It's just life doesn't work that way. So I thought, well, there's got to be something to this, right? And I thought, well, when we go through a traumatic event, human beings are natural empaths. We want to know why. Why? Why did the gunman walk into a school and shoot up a bunch of children? Why did terrorists fly planes into 2 towers in New York City and kill 3,000 people? Why did a husband selfishly murder his wife? So I did a little bit of a deep dive, and I discovered what researchers call the mirror neuron system. Now, researchers classify the mirror neuron system as this group of cells in our brain that lies in our limbic system that is responsible for compassion. It's how we relate to one another. So I thought, okay, so there's a little bit of science behind this, right? So I'm not too far off base here. And then I come back to my why. My why. I just want to know why. And then I really realized something. Why looks into the past. But what now? What now looks to the future? So, what if our approach to trauma is all wrong? What if instead of sitting there saying, well, why, and trying to understand and justify in our heads why these horrible things happen, we instead say, what now? What are we going to do about it? What can push us forward and lead us through the trauma? And I argue that that is being of service. That is doing something that helps a greater good. For me, creating my film, when I set out, I wanted to heal myself and help one person. Because I could show in the film as plain as day and be as honest and open as I can for the camera to show everything that's going on and to show that you can really work through trauma. That was my way of giving back because I know that people would see this. I had hoped to change one life, and in fact, I ended up changing thousands of lives, which is a really cool thing. So anyways, back to this. What if our approach to trauma, we lead ourselves through service, and that ends up pushing us through the trauma? See, I realized that my what now began on the morning of December 31st, 1989. Because I knew that my mother was dead, but I knew I had to do something about it. I worked with investigators, I got into the courtroom, I testified, and I had a whole wonderful community. Some of these individuals are sitting here in this audience that pillared me up, that brought to me the resilience. And my quest for resilience continued then. I was in high school. I dove head on into the arts because as a child, growing up in this community, we have always had wonderful art programs. And art is what led me through my trauma. It led me to create, which helped me get to my what now. It's a really wonderful place to be. And that community continues to be with me as I work in Los Angeles as a filmmaker. Because I have a different group of friends now, and a different community, a more expanded community that also supports resilience, and that also understands the what now of the world. But don't just take my word for it, because when you go through these types of things, you end up making other friends. This is my friend James Gribble, or Gribbs, as he likes to be called. In 2008, James set off on a life-changing journey to travel the world for 2 years. His first stop was the African nation of Zambia, where he was going to fish for one of the world's rarest and most prized fish to catch, a tigerfish. James arrived at this remote island on the Zambezi River, sat down on a stool and was dehydrated, fainted onto sand, and broke his C4 and C5 vertebrae, and became a quadriplegic immediately. But Gribbs didn't say why. In fact, his father was a rugby coach, took to his immediate rehabilitation. His whole family rallied around him, and James often said, you can't feel sorry for me because I don't feel sorry for me. I'm on my journey. And through doing that, James had a passion, which was golf. And James was determined to get back on the links, determined to rehabilitate himself. So tens of thousands of hours of rehabilitation. James partnered with a company in Germany and helped to bring to market a device called the Paragolfer, which put James back on the links. Now, the Paragolfer is designed to help spinal cord victims, stroke victims get back and play sport. James is also someone who took his why, put it in the past, and faced the what now. And the work that he's done has been adopted by doctors and clinicians in his native country of Australia to treat spinal cord injury. So when it comes to resilience, it really is a team sport. I mean, I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for members of this audience and a community that pillared me up. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for the resilience of the arts and me diving into that. When I was a freshman at music school, I heard a great quote, and it was by Aristotle. It says, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, but a habit." Well, so is resilience. I'm here to say, biography is not destiny. You can be both the author and the audience of your life. Thank you.
Kyle, I don't think any of us can really understand truly what you've gone through in your life, but it's wonderful how you've come back. I've got just a few questions, and I wanted to know if your faith at all, then or now, how did it play a part in your ability to overcome all this?
Are you talking about faith as an organized religion, or are you talking about just faith
either.
in general?
Faith
I
in
think that, one of the amazing things about this particular community, and one of the things that always restores our faith in mankind, is the strength that we draw from others. And I think that is, I know, that sense of a collective faith really pillars an individual up like myself. So I was fortunate enough to never lose my way or to lose my faith. And I owe that to a lot of people.
Excellent, thank you. Second question, what was life like in your adoptive family, and did you have an experience at all? How did it affect the rest of it? Was it a good experience, a bad experience?
One of the beautiful things about this, my life, is I was brought into, I had a wonderful mother who I lost so tragically, but then I was brought into a wonderful family that took me in, and I had kind of a smaller family growing up, my birth family. I was an only child for a long time. Our group of cousins and aunts and uncles was very small. When I was adopted, my adopted father had 9 other brothers and sisters, and my adopted mother has 4 other siblings. So I got a whole bunch of family that embraced me, and with their love and an open heart, and just accepted me for who I am. And that, again, it's faith.
The last question, what would you say to your 11-year-old self today?
It's going to be okay.
Awesome. Kyle Landry, thank you. This is the halftime of the presentation, so you can all stand up. Stand up, everybody. Big breath. We're going to do a little intermission. You've got about 45 minutes, and there is wonderful food in the main lobby section. And you don't all have to crowd at once. There's several locations. It's all the same food. As you go out, there's a gentleman in a tuxedo, and if you follow the red carpet, there's a really cool thing at the end of the red carpet. So we'll see you back in about 45 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. Check out the booths out there, and enjoy the rest of TEDx Mansfield. Thank you. Welcome back. For a little effect. We'd like to give a special thanks to the Domka family for their beautiful music during the break, so they were outside there. Mansfield's very proud of this amazing and talented string ensemble. And as you were coming back into the theater, you were treated to a couple of music videos by local artists, including Narrow Arrow, their Mansfield indie band, and their original music, Constant Sean was the name of that song. That was followed by Ricky Mitchell and his latest original song, Autonomy, originally from Nashville, or Knoxville, Tennessee. Ricky recently moved to the area, and we claimed him as our own. The last thing you saw to open this part of the show was the short film featuring our very own Mansfield Symphony Youth Orchestra, another source of local pride. 90 members strong, MSYO is the only youth orchestra within a 65-mile radius and frequently boasts members of Ohio's All-State Orchestra. The annual concerto competition is an annual favorite and one composed, and Wyatt Boggs, who's now a freshman at Bowling Green State University, majoring in music composition, composed his own competition piece, a percussion concerto. That gave us the opportunity to record it in the video that you just saw, and it was really a lot of fun. There were 5 cameras shooting that video, so wasn't that cool? Let's give a hand for all of those. Now, speaking of music, our next speaker is a musician, poet, and artist himself. Although many people in the community know him for his community work with Richland New Hope and downtown Mansfield, today Aurelio Villaluna Diaz will share his deeply personal journey from victim to advocate, a metamorphosis that is truly remarkable. Please join me in welcoming Aurelio Villaluna Diaz to the TEDxMansfield stage.
Hello, everyone. We live in a society where we define by several things, all kinds of things, in fact. We're defined by our appearance, obviously. We're defined by our titles, our accomplishments, but mostly our actions. Those actions, whether they be admirable or courageous or questionable or unforgiving, will forever eternalize us in the eyes of society. Acts such as sexual abuse. With the topic of sexual abuse and sexual inappropriate behavior, I'm not telling you something that you don't already know, because all you have to do is turn on the television or log onto your social media to see, hear, and experience the widespread flood sweeping across this nation, as well as the effects it's had on people who've been affected by sexual abuse. But what about individuals who sexually offend? Are they worthy of being redefined? Are they deserving of being offered true, impactful rehabilitation programs? When speaking about sex offenders from this point on, I'm going to be focusing on youth ages 11 years old to 17 years old. Youth who we have continuously stoned with no lack of empathy. Youth who we continue to hammer nails of hate and not offer compassion. Youth who sexually offend in general in our community. Are they destined for a future of crucifixion, social crucifixion, or are they deserving of rehabilitation, creative innovation? Rehabilitation. My name is Aurelio Villaluna Diaz. I'm a singer, community development coordinator for Downtown Mansfield Incorporated, and I'm also a survivor of sexual abuse. So kids and adolescents who are sex offenders, what do we think about them? They're perverts. They're monsters. Who cares if they have a mental illness or developmental disability, if they in fact have one? Who cares what happened to them as a kid? Who cares? For a long, long time, I didn't care at all, but I'm glad that I do now. So I'm here to talk about the importance, and the community support that is needed for a non-traditional program here in Mansfield, Ohio, geared solely for youth who sexually offend. A program whose building blocks include music, creative writing, mentorship. A program that will help youth who sexually offended to heal deep-rooted pains, traumas, and public shame and judgment, and embark on a path of accountability and change so they can successfully and safely be integrated back into their community and your community. This is about creative rehabilitation, not social crucifixion. So the effects of sexual abuse can trickle in all aspects of your life. I was sexually abused when I was 4 years old, when I was 7 years old, and when I was 14 years old. And the indescribable feelings of rage, embarrassment, unhappiness, and utter loneliness plagued me for a very long time. And it still does. As a teenager, I struggled with the aftershocks of sexual abuse by hating myself and coping in unhealthy ways. But fortunately, I discovered 3 things. I discovered music, I discovered poetry, and I discovered the joy of singing. And when you combine those things together, you create a song. Songs that were my form of expression for everything, including therapy. After high school, I moved to Columbus, where I had the privilege to work with a variety of men and women, boys and girls, who had an array of needs. It was through this experience that I slowly, very slowly, began to develop some sort of empathy for these humans, not their acts. The more I worked with these folks, through group efforts, one-on-one counseling, one-on-one therapies, reading their case files, seeing what happened to them, and most importantly, meeting their families and getting an idea of what happened to them as a child was when I really began to develop empathy for these folks. In my work experience throughout the years in direct care, recreational therapy, and case management, I learned by working with youth with sex offenses that there are many pitfalls in this system. Usually, if you sexually offend, you're incarcerated in a juvenile detention center where rehabilitation is not a focal point, and you're at high risk of ridicule, not just from your peers who are incarcerated, but actually from the corrections officer and other staff. Depending on the sexual offense, the severity of it, you are then transferred from a juvenile detention center to a DYS, which is a Department of Youth Services of Juvenile Correctional Facility, which is basically a prison for youth. The amount of emotional, psychological, physical damage done to these kids who are sexually offended is horrifying, and it's accepted, and no one says anything. We throw them away because we don't want them. So what about kids who sexually offend in our community? I've had a huge privilege this past year of talking with countless counselors, professionals in social services, and most importantly, members of our creative community, musicians, poets, dancers, about the need and the implementation of such a program that will help kids who are sexually offended. This art mentorship program would work closely with many local organizations such as Job and Family Services, city schools, Catalyst, etc. To enable, it's a program for kids that come to Monday through Friday after school, learning different types of art therapies with trained, passionate artists. But the key focal point here would be relationships, mentorship for kids who probably never had a healthy or positive adult relationship in their life, or anyone to look up to, or continue to experience crucial or cruel judgment from adults based on what they've done. Obviously, there are a lot of intricate details in a program of this nature to exist in Mansfield based on the topic. It's too taboo. But most importantly, for something like this to happen, to be successful, it involves community support and empathy. And redefining, because we know defining is very easy to do. Redefining is the challenge. For 4 decades, I've struggled, and I continue struggling, redefining myself in all aspects of my life. But I stand up here very proudly now and proclaim how proud I am to the privilege to work with all the men and women and children and boys who've offended or hurt someone sexually. I'm proud to have worked with them and got to know that through their acts, they've had shattered hearts and shattered spirits and stories untold because no one wanted to hear it. Redefining through benevolence is the key here. This is more than an art mentorship program that's going to happen. It's about the community embrace, the forgiveness that can support it. Kids who are sons and daughters and grandchildren, nieces and nephews. What if it was your son or your daughter? Wouldn't you want some kind of program put in place? Wouldn't you want to shield them from the attacks of society and their peers or adults, professionals? I respectfully encourage you and challenge you to open your hearts, but mostly open your minds to the fact that everything happens for a reason, as cliche as that sounds. Put down your stones, put down your hammers. Quit crucifying kids who've sexually offended. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was very brave. About a year ago, you started talking about this idea. And I am a survivor of childhood sexual abuse as well. And the first time I heard you talk about it, it was really hard to hear.
Yeah.
I'm grateful
Thank you.
that you have opened my heart and mind in some ways that I didn't know I could. And thank you for being so brave today and sharing your story. What do you say to people like me who have a hard time imagining giving that kind of compassion and that kind of care to someone who does something so horrific?
It's really difficult because the more I became vocal about it, being an advocate, I did lose some friendships, and but then I think understanding that if someone really opposes it, or they come at you in a certain way because of it, that obviously is coming from maybe an experience that they've had or a loved one, and it really is hard. And I hate maybe always giving the example of, imagine if it was your kid, but that's the most harshest, most direct way you can do it. I think to really, with the heartstrings, I'd say, it really is a hard topic to talk about.
It is, and I appreciate you being open and sharing, because that's the only way that we can change things.
True.
Did you ever find peace with the people who violated you?
Where's the Kleenex at? No, I'm doing good here. I thought I did. One thing I really wish I could have touched on more is peer-on-peer sexual abuse. I really think that was a lot more devastating than when I got older and it involved an adult, because it does kind of, it confuses you. It can kind of warp your perception and introduction to intimacy and relationships, and it does affect you. So when I think about those things, it's hard to forgive.
Yeah.
But comparing myself now and like when I was 32, there's no way. I would have been looking at myself on a stage like, get him off, you know. But forgiveness is possible. I've forgiven as much as I could really, just based on the work that I've done with people and them opening up my eyes. So.
And what was that turning point for you?
Really, I'd say when my years at Richland New Hope Industries, that was a job that I didn't really, I stumbled upon it by accident, and it was through working with these adults, doing classes like being safe and helping them identify and how to prevent measures of abuse, that I was able to be paternal. You know, I don't have any kids, so I did learn to like love unconditionally, and especially for a population that people ridicule anyway. So I think I developed a sense of protection and, I don't know, empathy. And I think those things kind of like softened my heart up, and it gave me a purpose, I feel.
What would you say to those who have been violated, but are still in that place of being angry? What would you say to them?
I think therapy is important. That's not something I was ready for immediately after the situations. I think supports relationships. Having friends, having family who you can talk to. At the time for me, that was really difficult because different dynamics. I was very lucky to have things like writing. Poetry was everything to me. Journaling, turning that into music, turning it into songs, whether I sang it to the public or I sang it to myself, those were crucial because that was mine, and only, I could tell it anything. I think if you have some sort of outlet like that is important, but I think the key is having people in your life who are going to love you and not dismiss you and be there, and I have that now, so.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
When our producer Jennifer Enskat approached Joel Vagel about Mid-Ohio Opera giving a performance for our TED event, she made two requests. First, please keep it light, and second, keep our theme, Metamorphosis, in mind. Well, they have certainly ticked off both boxes with their choice. Most of you may not have seen a performance of Mozart Abduction from the Seraglio, but if you have, you probably haven't seen it like this. Mid-Ohio Opera presents, in partnership with Pacific Opera Company, their very special version of Abduction from the Seraglio.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Seraglio. Its mission, to explore strange new operas, to seek out new music and new audiences, to boldly go where no opera has gone before.
is not the Klingon way. Have you forgotten that the Chancellor himself gave you to me?
Gave?
Gave?
Gave? But I'm a Starfleet ensign and a member of the Federation.
By
He
the
cannot give me to
beard
you.
of my fathers. Woman, will you never shut up? That's it. I command you to love me. On to my bed at once. Command?
My dear Osmine, I would sooner pleasure an armada of Cardassian warriors than spend one single night with you.
What? Cardassian warriors? They have 6 genital digits each.
I'm aware.
That's it. The time has come for force. It's okay. I'll give you a safe word.
I am going to call for Constanza, who is in the highest regards with the Chancellor Celine. He would do anything to please her, including removing your grotesque head from your disgusting body.
The Chancellor is weak and allows lust to cloud his judgment. I'll not do the same. It's only a matter of time anyway. I'll go now, but listen to me. I'm on to Pedrillo, that bastard. I'm on to Pedrillo, that bastard.
Go on then and take your advice, and I will play nice, and I will play nice. You know I don't like when you scold me. Go on, and then later you'll hold me, and later you'll hold me, and later
I
you'll hold
want
me.
to.
Don't say it or I will
1
scream.
minute.
Stop or I will
Tomorrow
scream.
you'll do as I tell you, you'll do as I tell you, you'll do as I tell you. I'm the one who's first in command. I'm the one who's first in command, the one who's first in command.
I'll never give in to your orders. Not if you were Chancellor Salim. Not if you were Chancellor Salim. If you were Chancellor Salim.
Oh, woman, you'll come to your senses. I'll break through all of your defenses.
So many offenses should never believe these pretenses. And though I be bold
Endless, and all my advances be fiercely denied. Damn you, woman. Damn you, woman. Oh, woman, you'll come to your senses, and all her resources be endless, and all my advances be fiercely denied, and all her resources be endless, and all my advances be fiercely denied, and all my advances be fiercely denied.
Go on then.
You send me away.
Go on then.
You send me away.
You don't
The longer I stay.
You don't
The longer I stay, the longer I stay, the longer I stay. Was ever a woman so bossy? Was ever a woman so bossy? Was ever a woman so bossy? Was ever a woman so bossy?
You better not think I am playing.
I have no intention to stay. I'm not in the mood for a fight.
You better not think I am playing.
no intention to stay. I'm not in the mood for a fight. The mood for a fight. The mood for a fight.
Do they still have Star Trek conventions? It seems like these days that kind of fun is becoming more mainstream. Cities all over the country have comic conventions, frequently called Comic Cons, and the people who love to dress as those characters call it cosplay. Our next talk from the TED Library is from Adam Savage, famous for his show, Mythbusters. He talks about the metamorphosis of becoming someone else in his talk, My Love Letter to Cosplay.
There's this fact that I love, that I read somewhere once, that one of the things that's contributed to Homo sapiens' success as a species is our lack of body hair. That our hairlessness, our nakedness, combined with our invention of clothing, gives us the ability to modulate our body temperature and thus be able to survive in any climate we choose. And now we've evolved to the point where we can't survive without clothing, and it's more than just a utility. Now it's a communication. Everything that we choose to put on is a narrative, a story about where we've been, what we're doing, who we want to be. I was a lonely kid. I didn't have an easy time finding friends to play with, and I ended up making a lot of my own play. I made a lot of my own toys, and it began with ice cream. There was a Baskin-Robbins in my hometown, and they served ice cream from behind the counter in these giant 5-gallon cardboard tubs. And someone told me, I was 8 years old, someone told me that when they were done with those tubs, they washed them out and they kept them in the back, and if you asked, they would give you one. It took me a couple of weeks to work up the courage, but I did, and they did. They gave me one. I went home with this beautiful cardboard tub, and I was trying to figure out what I could do with this exotic material, metal ring, top and bottom, and I started turning it over in my head, and I realized, wait a minute, my head actually fits inside this thing. I cut a hole out, I put some acetate in there, and I made myself a space helmet. I needed a place to wear the space helmet, so I found a refrigerator box a couple blocks from home. I pushed it home, and in my parents' guest room closet, I turned it into a spaceship. I started with a control panel out of cardboard. I cut a hole for a radar screen and put a flashlight underneath it to light it. I put a view screen up, which I offset off the back wall, and this is where I thought I was being really clever. Without permission, I painted the back wall of the closet black and put a star field, which I lit up with some Christmas lights I found in the attic, and I went on some space missions. A couple years later, the movie Jaws came out, and I was way too young to see it, but I was caught up in Jaws fever like everyone else in America at the time. And there was a store in my town that had a Jaws costume in their window, and my mom must have overheard me talking to someone about how awesome I thought this costume was, because a couple days before Halloween, she blew my freaking mind by giving me this Jaws costume. Now, I recognize it's a bit of a trope for people of a certain age to complain that kids these days have no idea how good they have it, but let me just show you a random sampling of entry-level kids' costumes you can buy online right now, and this is the Jaws costume my mom bought for me. This is a paper-thin shark face and a vinyl bib with the poster of Jaws on it. And I loved it. A couple of years later, my dad took me to a film called Excalibur. I actually got him to take me to it twice, which is no small thing because it is a hard R-rated film. But it wasn't the blood and guts or the boobs that made me want to go see it again. They helped. It was the armor. The armor in Excalibur was intoxicatingly beautiful to me. These were literally knights in shining, mirror-polished armor. And moreover, the knights in Excalibur wear their armor everywhere. All the time. They wear it at dinner. They wear it to bed. I was like, are they reading my mind? I want to wear armor all the time. And so I went back to my favorite material, the gateway drug for making, corrugated cardboard, and I made myself a suit of armor, replete with the neck shields and a white horse. Now that I've oversold it, here's a picture of the armor that I made. Now, this is only the first suit of armor I made inspired by Excalibur. A couple of years later, I convinced my dad to embark on making me a proper suit of armor. Over about a month, he graduated me from cardboard to roofing aluminum called flashing, and still one of my all-time favorite attachment materials, pop rivets. We carefully, over that month, constructed an articulated suit of aluminum armor with compound curves. We drilled holes in the helmet so that I could breathe. And I finished just in time for Halloween and wore it to school. Now, this is the one thing in this talk that I don't have a slide to show you because no photo exists of this armor. I did wear it to school. There was a yearbook photographer patrolling the halls, but he never found me for reasons that are about to become clear. There were things I didn't anticipate about wearing a complete suit of aluminum armor to school. In third period math, I was standing in the back of class, and I'm standing in the back of class because the armor did not allow me to sit down. This is the first thing I didn't anticipate. And then my teacher looks at me sort of concerned about halfway through the class and says, "Are you feeling okay?" And I'm thinking, are you kidding? Am I feeling okay? I'm wearing a suit of armor. I am having the time of my... And I'm just about to tell her how great I feel when the classroom starts to list to the left and disappear down this long tunnel. And then I woke up in the nurse's office. I had passed out from heat exhaustion wearing the armor. And when I woke up, I wasn't embarrassed about having passed out in front of my class. I was wondering, who took my armor? Where's my armor? Okay, fast forward a whole bunch of years, some colleagues of mine and I get hired to make a show for Discovery Channel called Mythbusters. And over 14 years, I learn on the job how to build experimental methodologies and how to tell stories about them for television. I also learned early on that costuming can play a key role in this storytelling. I use costumes to add humor, comedy, color, and narrative clarity to the stories that we're telling. And then we do an episode called Dumpster Diving, and I learn a little bit more about the deeper implications of what costuming means to me. The episode Dumpster Diving, the question we were trying to answer is jumping into a dumpster as safe as the movies would lead you to believe? So the episode was going to have two distinct parts to it. One was where we get trained to jump off buildings by a stuntman into an airbag. And the second was the graduation to the experiment. We'd fill a dumpster full of material and we'd jump into it. I wanted to visually separate these two elements. And I thought, well, for the first part, we're training, so we should wear sweatsuits. Oh, let's put stunt trainee on the back of the sweatsuits. That's for the training. But for the second part, I wanted something really visually striking. I know, I'll dress as Neo from The Matrix. So I went to Haight Street. I bought some beautiful knee-high buckle boots. I found a long flowing coat on eBay. I got sunglasses, which I had to wear contact lenses in order to wear. And the day of the experiment shoot comes up, and I step out of my car in this costume, and my crew takes a look at me and starts suppressing their church giggles. They're like... And I feel two distinct things at this moment. I feel total embarrassment over the fact that it's so nakedly clear to my crew that I'm completely into wearing this costume. But the producer in my mind reminds myself that in the high-speed shot in slow-mo, that flowing coat is going to look beautiful behind me. 5 years into Mythbusters run, we got invited to appear at San Diego Comic-Con. I'd known about Comic-Con for years and never had time to go. This was the big leagues. This was costuming mecca. People fly in from all over the world to show their amazing creations on the floor in San Diego, and I wanted to participate. I decided that I would put together an elaborate costume that covered me completely, and I would walk the floor of San Diego Comic-Con anonymously. The costume I chose, Hellboy. That's not my costume, that's actually Hellboy. But I spent months assembling the most screen-accurate Hellboy costume I could, from the boots, to the belt, to the pants, to the right hand of doom. I found a guy who made a prosthetic Hellboy head and chest, and I put them on. I even had contact lenses made in my prescription. I wore it onto the floor at Comic-Con, and I can't even tell you how balls hot it was in that costume. Sweating, I should have remembered this. I'm sweating buckets and the contact lenses hurt my eyes, and none of it matters because I'm totally in love. Not just with the process of putting on this costume and walking the floor, but also with the community of other costumers. It's not called costuming at cons, it's called cosplay. Now, ostensibly, cosplay means people who dress up as their favorite characters from film and television, and especially anime, but it is so much more than that. These aren't just people who find a costume and put it on. They mash them up. They bend them to their will. They change them to be the characters they want to be in those productions. They're super clever and genius. They let their freak flag fly, and it's beautiful. But more than that, they rehearse their costumes. At Comic-Con or any other con, you don't just take pictures of people walking around. You actually go up and say, hey, I like your costume. Can I take your picture? And then you give them time to get into their pose. They've worked hard on their pose to make their costume look great for your camera. And it's so beautiful to watch. And I take this to heart. And at subsequent cons, I learn Heath Ledger's shambling walk as the Joker from The Dark Knight. I learn how to be a scary ringwraith from Lord of the Rings, and I actually frightened some children. I learned that that head laugh that Chewbacca does. And then I dressed up as No-Face from Spirited Away. If you don't know about Spirited Away and its director Hayao Miyazaki, first of all, you're welcome. This is a masterpiece and one of my all-time favorite films. It's about a young girl named Chihiro who gets lost in the spirit world in an abandoned Japanese theme park. And she finds her way back out again with the help of a couple of friends she makes, a captured dragon named Haku and a lonely demon named No-Face. No-Face is lonely and he wants to make friends, and he thinks that the way to do it is by luring them to him and producing gold in his hand. But this doesn't go very well, and so he ends up going on a kind of a rampage until Chihiro saves him, rescues him. So I put together a No-Face costume, and I wore it on the floor at Comic-Con. And I very carefully practiced No-Face's gestures. I resolved I would not speak in this costume at all. When people asked to take my picture, I would nod, and I would shyly stand next to them, and they would take the picture. And then I would secret out from behind my robe a chocolate gold coin. And at the end of the photo process, I'd make it appear for them. Like that. And people were freaking out. Holy crap, gold from No-Face. Oh my God, this is so cool. And I'm feeling it. I'm walking the floor. It's fantastic. And about 15 minutes in, something happens. Somebody grabs my hand, and they put a coin back into it. And I think maybe they're giving me a coin as a return gift, but no, this is one of the coins that I've given away. I don't know why. And I keep on going. I take some more pictures, and then it happens again. Now, understand, I can't see anything inside this costume. I can see through the mouth. I can see people's shoes. I can hear what they're saying, and I can see their feet. But the third time someone gives me back a coin, I want to know what's going on. So I sort of tilt my head back to get a better view, and what I see is someone walking away from me going like this. And then it hits me. It's bad luck to take gold from No-Face. In the film Spirited Away, bad luck befalls those who take gold from No-Face. This isn't a performer-audience relationship. This is cosplay. We are, all of us on that floor, injecting ourselves into a narrative that meant something to us, and we're making it our own. We're connecting with something important inside of us. And the costumes are how we reveal ourselves to each other. Thank you.
While pretending to be someone else may teach us something about ourselves, our next speaker would argue that pretending not to see what is in front of us can rob someone else of their identity. Phil Mazzocco is an associate professor of psychology at The Ohio State University, and his research explores the seemingly innocuous concept of racial colorblindness. Join me in welcoming Phil Mazzocco to the TEDxMansfield stage.
Thank you. On November 22nd, 2014, at approximately 3:22 p.m., a 911 call was placed in the Cleveland, Ohio area. The caller reported that a guy was pointing a pistol at everyone, and this was in a local park outside of a rec center. Now, the guy also added that it was possible that this guy was a juvenile, and it was likely that the gun was a toy. In reality, the guy was 12-year-old Tamir Rice, and the gun was indeed a toy. Nevertheless, approximately 8 minutes later, police arrived on the scene. At this point, Tamir Rice was sitting alone on a picnic table bench underneath a gazebo. Two officers rolled a cruiser in to approximately 10 feet from the gazebo, and before the car had even stopped rolling, one of the officers leapt from his door and fired 2 rounds at Tamir Rice. One of these bullets entered into the midsection of Tamir Rice, creating a lot of damage to arteries and organs. After the shooting, for approximately 4 critical minutes, Tamir Rice lay on the ground and received no first aid whatsoever. He died a day later of his injuries. So the death of a child at the hands of police is always tragic, but what made this incident particularly newsworthy was the race of the individuals involved. Tamir Rice was black and the 2 officers were white. So did race have an impact in this situation? Imagine that Tamir Rice was white. Is it possible that the 911 caller might have provided different details? Would the call have even been placed? Might the officers have been less likely to perceive threat? Might they have been less likely to use lethal force? Might Tamir Rice have been more likely to receive immediate medical assistance after the shooting? And of course, most importantly, might Tamir Rice be alive today? Of course, in any given situation, it's impossible to rerun the scenario and just change the race of the individuals involved. We'll never definitively know the answer to these questions. But what we can do is consult larger patterns of data, similar incidents. So in 2015, the Washington Post conducted an analysis of all fatal police shootings in the US for the year 2014, broken down by race. As you can see, in this year, blacks comprised approximately 13.2% of the total population in the US, and yet they accounted for 27% of all fatal police shooting victims. So 2 times as likely as we would expect. Tellingly, if we narrow the focus to fatal police shootings where the victim was unarmed, where perhaps there might be less provocation for the use of lethal force, now blacks account for approximately 41% of all victims. This is a pattern that's consistent with racial bias. And although it's a large-scale society pattern, these are all specific incidents. And let's not forget that Tamir Rice is included amongst this data set. So it would seem appropriate to at least pose the question for any given incident, did race have an impact? But there are many who would argue that it is in fact inappropriate, that these questions only tend to stigmatize minorities, put whites on the defensive, and just in general increase interracial conflict. They might even refer to such questions as reverse racism. All of these sentiments are consistent with the concept of racial colorblindness. So what is racial colorblindness? In my own research, I have asked research participants to define and explain colorblindness in their own terms. And often, they will refer back to Dr. Martin Luther King's 1963 I Have a Dream speech, where he dreamt of a day when his children would be judged based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin. And if that's all that racial colorblindness were, it might not be a concept worthy of serious scrutiny. I mean, if it's merely the absence of negative stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination, what's the big deal? But consider another example. In 2006, Ward Connerly, a black anti-affirmative action activist, was campaigning to outlaw race-based affirmative action in the state of Michigan. He was opposed to affirmative action on the basis of racial colorblindness. Embarrassingly for Ward Connerly, his ballot initiative received the public endorsement of the Ku Klux Klan, also opposed to race-based affirmative action. They did not, however, justify their opposition on the basis of racism or racial superiority. Instead, you guessed it, they invoked the concept of racial colorblindness. And this is Ward Connerly's attempt to try to control some of the damage that this caused to his efforts. So it's a bizarre ideology that would seem to unite the likes of Dr. Martin Luther King, black anti-affirmative action activist, and the Ku Klux Klan. It would seem there's more to racial colorblindness than meets the eye. In my own work, I've sought to understand these seeming contradictions by proposing that there are multiple varieties, manifestations of racial colorblindness. Specifically, I've outlined 4 varieties, and I'm just going to try to briefly walk you through this model. The first 2 varieties are united by a presumption that we're living in a post-racial America, that racial inequalities are minimal, trivial, perhaps non-existent, that we're where we want to be. And here, there is both a low and a high prejudice variety. The low prejudice variety I call egalitarian colorblindness. So once again, we begin with this assumption that we have largely moved past race and racism as a society. And if it is also presumed that race has only ever caused harm, well, let's just get rid of race altogether. Things are good, let's keep them that way. We oppose racial categories, racial categorization. The high prejudiced variety, which I call protectionistic colorblindness, is a little bit different. Here, there's a defensive mindset. We have higher prejudice, and there is this fear, perhaps paranoia, that race is being used to either sway public opinion or to gain unearned advantages. This is what's typically referred to as the playing of the race card. And so the purpose of protectionistic colorblindness is to defend whites against the playing of the race card. How do we do that? Well, let's just outlaw race altogether. There are also 2 varieties of racial colorblindness that are based on the acknowledgement that we still do confront a problem with race in this country. We still have racial inequalities. Racism is still present. And once again, there's a low and a high prejudice variety. So the low prejudice variety I call visionary colorblindness. And this is a very forward-looking based variety of colorblindness, where once again, we acknowledge we have a problem, but colorblindness is seen as the solution. It is seen as the way forward. And it's once again based on the assumption that race only leads to negative social consequences, so let's get rid of race. Finally, with antagonistic colorblindness, once again, this is a high prejudice variety. And here, this is a little different than the other 3. It's sort of a completely disingenuous form of colorblindness. Here, colorblindness is just used as a publicly acceptable justification for opposing programs like race-based affirmative action. So think back to the Ku Klux Klan for antagonistic colorblindness. So what unites all 4 of these varieties is a shared opposition to racial categories, racial categorization. There are vastly different assumptions and underlying motivations and goals, but they're all united in that basic opposition to racial categories. So the next question is, what are the implications of racial colorblindness? Is it a beneficial ideology? Is it harmful? Does the variety make a difference? So to get into that topic, I want to start with this distinction between Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter movement is based in part on the assumption that if you take a sober look at society, it appears as if Black lives don't matter in terms of the racial inequality, the blatant racism that still exists, police shootings. In contrast with the All Lives Matter movement, the presumption is, no, we all struggle. No one has a special claim to hardship or disadvantage. Relatively speaking, the playing field is balanced. So we can look to society-level data to examine that contradiction. So this is a list of black-white inequalities. It's a very short list. This could be pages and pages. This could be several TED Talks, just walking through all of the various racial inequalities that exist. What I want you to take away from this slide is how extreme and non-trivial these disparities are. They always point in the same direction. And this is to say nothing of subtle racism and structural racism and implicit bias. So again, that's a whole nother TED Talk. So these data would seem to directly invalidate the assumption of two varieties of colorblindness, the egalitarian and the protectionistic, who assume we're living in a post-racial society. We are clearly not. That leaves visionary and antagonistic colorblindness. And we know antagonistic colorblindness is its own sort of thing. It's very disingenuous. But what about visionary colorblindness? Might colorblindness be the solution to these problems, these inequalities? Possibly. But social scientists have conducted approximately 35 years of research on this topic. And I'm going to briefly attempt to summarize this work in a couple different domains. The conclusion is always the same. If we look at just the basic lists of interracial inequalities, that slide that I just showed, colorblind racism, or colorblindness in general, tends to distract our attention and to create ignorance regarding these inequalities. So it's masking the problem that exists. If we look within specific domains such as education, early work in the mid-1980s by Janet Schofield looked at schools with colorblind policies where race was taboo. Racial categories were not allowed to be mentioned in school. And what she found from looking at these schools was that minority children who tended to struggle with certain collective disadvantages tended not to be accommodated because these disadvantages were ignored and overlooked. And as a consequence, these students often struggled relative to their white counterparts. It's the same case if we look at organizational settings, businesses, and so on, where minority employees often will struggle with certain collective disadvantages. And to the extent that a corporation, a business, has a colorblind policy, these disadvantages will be overlooked, and there won't be accommodations, and employee performance will tend to suffer. In the legal domain is beset by massive racial inequalities at every level. So colorblind policies not only mask those inequalities, but allow them to persist unchecked. They also mask the underlying mechanisms. With respect to interpersonal interaction, so actual conversations you might have with others, what about a colorblind conversational strategy? Is that beneficial? Unfortunately not. Research has shown that interracial conversations where the white partner is using a colorblind conversational strategy, those conversations tend to be less friendly, less warm. And in many cases, while whites are focused on not saying anything racist, nonverbal prejudice increases. If we look in the domain of extreme minorities, such as Native Americans, work by Nicole Stevens and Stephanie Freiberg has shown that colorblindness tends to lead to an almost complete disappearing of minority representations throughout society. So in the media, in advertising, in entertainment, and so on. In social development, we know that it's very important for children to develop positive racial identities. So research by Enrique Neblet and colleagues has shown that minority children who are exposed to colorblind norms and values tend to develop less positive racial identities. It's harmful. Interestingly, white children who are exposed to colorblind norms tend to develop more positive white racial identities. And that's a clue that colorblind norms are not actually colorblind, that in fact they tend to represent white values and white culture. Finally, at the level of society, we know, think back to the KKK example, that racial colorblindness tends to create opposition to very important programs like race-based affirmative action, diversity initiatives, which are designed to move society forward. So at every level, colorblindness as an ideology and in practice fails. Are there any beneficial alternatives? So once again, social scientists have been studying the concept of multiculturalism over the last 15 or 20 so years. And one of the key assumptions of multiculturalism is that racial diversity need not elicit negative stereotyping and prejudice and discrimination, but instead can lead to tolerance and embracing and understanding. And not just understanding of disadvantages and collective hardships, but also of the unique positive contributions that all different racial and ethnic groups make to society. We know, based on social cognitive research, that the human mind is more than capable of forming dual impressions of each other that include not just individual-based characteristics, what you do, what you say, and so on, your personality, but also based on social category-related information, race, gender, sexual orientation, age, and so on. We can integrate these into one holistic, complete impression, which is going to be, generally speaking, more accurate. Is multiculturalism beneficial? Most of the research over the last 10 or 15 years shows that it is. It allows us to sidestep many of the pitfalls associated with racial colorblindness. In fact, in many of the studies of racial colorblindness demonstrating the harms that I discussed earlier, multiculturalism was the control condition against which racial colorblindness performed so poorly. So a multicultural analysis of the Tamir Rice shooting incident would certainly include factors such as what was Tamir doing prior to the 911 call, what was Tamir doing the moment police arrived, what did police do when they arrived, like individuating factors, but would also make reference to social categories like race, like gender, like age, socioeconomic status, and so on, to generate a more complete and hopefully valid understanding of what transpired that day. As a society, America sorely needs to come to grips with the concept of race. Racial inequalities are present, extreme, non-trivial. Racism is still alive and well. Race, although primarily a social construct, is nevertheless written into the very DNA of this nation. Taking a colorblind approach and pretending that race doesn't matter or that race doesn't exist, it's not going to move us in a positive direction. This is the ideological equivalent of hiding our heads in the sand. Instead, we need to confront race with eyes wide open. We need to acknowledge both the positive contributions made by racial minorities and all racial and ethnic groups, and also the collective disadvantages. We need to have difficult conversations, but these conversations need not elicit reactance and fear, negativity and conflict, but instead tolerance and understanding and empathy. In this way, we can finally start to genuinely heal as a nation. We can heal some of the racial wounds that we have coped with for hundreds of years, and finally build toward a more inclusive, truly united, multicultural society. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Just a couple questions. So what inspired you to study racial issues?
Well, I grew up in a town called Avon Lake. I know there's a couple people from Avon Lake out there. But it was I think 99% white at the time I was growing up there. Race was just not on the radar. And then going to college at Ohio University, encountering racial diversity. When I got into my graduate program, I got involved in a project on race. And I had lived such a sort of sheltered experience in my town that I was learning all of these new things. And it was like being hit by a wrecking ball. It was a really impactful experience, and I thought, I think I'm passionate about this. I want to learn as much as I can and advocate as much as I can for, racial equality.
Great, thank you. And what kind of conversations do you have with your children about race?
Yeah, we've had lots of conversations about what I do, my research, events that you see in the news. Unfortunately, the news provides opportunities almost every single day to have one of these conversations. And I do try to provide as much as I can, a sort of realistic, honest portrayal of what's out there and where we need to get to and how perhaps we can get there, what they could do to contribute.
And if you had a magic wand, how would you like to see racial relations shake out in the country?
Yeah, just like I ended the talk, I would like to see a truly multicultural society where race is acknowledged, and not just tolerated, but celebrated. I think that racial diversity, certainly there are some challenges that it poses, but I think the great promise of this country is our social and racial and gender, all the various forms of diversity that we have. This allows us to have unique perspectives on problems, to solve problems based on people's different experiences and backgrounds. So I really hope to see a day where we don't consider race to be a curse, but instead a blessing in this country.
Thank you. Phil Mazzacco.
Thanks.
Some years ago, Martin Ramos, a marvelous Cuban dancer working at the time in Mexico, made a dramatic decision. During a trip to the United States, Martin defected, declaring political asylum. He met his equally talented wife, Sarah Horrigan, while touring, including a 2-year stay in Barcelona, Spain. Now, living in Mansfield, Martin and Sarah joined the staff of Richland Academy, where their experience and professionalism is used to train the professional dancers of tomorrow. Here to perform an exciting Latin version of Beethoven's Fifth, the Richland Academy Dance Ensemble. Yes, awesome. Wasn't that great? Step ball change, step ball change. Oh, okay, you guys do this. Martin, can you give me a few lessons afterward, Martin or Sarah? We can get the whole audience. Awesome, excellent. We can get the whole audience up on their feet. I think Beethoven is very proud of that one. Facing an increasingly complex world that seems to demand endless change, our final speaker asks us to consider changing our approach. Christopher K.C. Carter is an executive coach and meditation teacher who has helped thousands of people create a meditation habit. Through his site, This Epic Life, please welcome KC to the TEDx stage.
What if change was fun? What about this is such a radical concept? Like creating a new career from scratch. Yeah. Quitting sugar or quitting alcohol. Woo. Building a healthier habit like meditation or saving money. Opening our hearts to people whose beliefs we may not agree with. We know we may benefit from change, but do any of these sound fun? Aren't each of these kind of terrifying, if not entirely misery-inducing? Does changing ourselves have to be so brutally hard? As a meditation teacher and executive coach, I have a front row seat for personal transformation. It's my favorite part of my job. And what I repeatedly see is that most of us want to change some area of our lives. We are wired for expansion, but not as many of us achieve lasting, positive results. The ones who do, who are successful, shift their relationship to change. And in doing so, become a person capable of achieving completely different results. Research on the success rates of New Year's resolutions is actually more hopeful than you would think. Dr. John Norcross of the University of Scranton is one of the foremost living experts on behavior change. His classic study in the Journal of Clinical Psychology found that 46% of people who made resolutions to change were still successful at the 6-month mark. I told you it was more hopeful, right? It's more hopeful. Compared to 4% who never bothered making a resolution. But what he also found was that having the skills to change was a major predictor of long-term success. Playing change as a game, a 1980s arcade game apparently, is a powerful skill, one that has the potential to shift your entire relationship to changing yourself. Changing ourselves is a messy start-stop process. Discipline and effort are a given. It takes work, but brutally hard, maybe brutally hard is optional. The executives I have the privilege of coaching and working with founders and entrepreneurs, people who are just wired for ridiculously high risk tolerance, those people, I'm sure there's some of those people in this room. Yeah, you people. There's just a completely different relationship to change in play there. They almost have this spirit that just says game on. So let's look at the game from a higher level. I'll simplify it because it's a really simple model. There's only 2 stages of the game. Here's the game. What is? It's a cliff. What could be? What could be faces what is, but you may have sensed there's a little bit of a gap between them. Our ego sees the gap, and it looks like a bottomless chasm of fear and death. What? Between what is and what could be. And what's in there that we see so prevalent in our world today is what the military calls VUCA. V-U-C-A. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So needless to say, when we look down the gap on our way to what could be, understandably, we tense up. We resist the process. And when we resist the process, what happens? If we try to manage change, or if we try to do change with more actions, what happens? Change kind of has its way with us a little bit. I don't know if you've had the same fortune cookie recently. I recently ripped this one. I was so psyched about this one. But you could try to change everything, or you could change yourself. My coach, Bob, loves to remind me of that one a lot. But it's our relationship to this environment. The other night, I saw a family friend, Mark Smucker, speak in Akron. Mark Smucker is the 6th CEO of the family business Smuckers. And he said that in the last 15 years of their business, they've experienced, taken on, and in many ways conquered, but the challenge continues, they've taken on more change than they have in the entire 121-year history of the company. So the last 15 years compared to 121 years, more change. But he also said that in that just about that same amount of time, Smuckers has grown from a $400 million family operation to an $8 billion portfolio of brands. And I started thinking, what's at stake here, and what are the possibilities if we renegotiate this relationship to change? There are 3 games we could play at a day-to-day level that have the shot of reversing polarity on our relationship to change. And what do I mean by reversing polarity? Well, so watching my clients to succeed versus the ones who don't, they have this different relationship. And if you think about 2 horseshoe magnets that face one another, they could just as well be what is and what could be. Horseshoe magnets, north polarity on the top, south polarity on the bottom. You hold them together, what happens? But if you reverse polarity, no gap. It's the clients that reverse polarity by making the process fun versus something we naturally resist that create change that has a shot of sticking for the long term. So there are 3 games we could play to shift our relationship and create change that has a shot of sticking. Do you want to play? Yeah. Okay, that's convincing enough. Do you want to play? Yeah. Okay, all right. The first is swap fun for resistance. Somewhere my daughter's cringing in the audience. It's to remember, fun for resistance. It's actually more fun than it sounds. The second is called befriend the ego, which is just as challenging as it sounds. And third is focus more on where you're heading, not what you're leaving behind. Believe it or not, creating a new habit, releasing an old habit that no longer serves us, or even finding a new career and building it from scratch can be a good time. According to a 2017 study by Dale Carnegie Training, 72% of Americans want to leave or change their job. My client Jack was definitely one of these people. Do you know those otherwise radiant people who also happen to be completely deflated by their job? On paper, he was a successful software developer, but this guy had once also backpacked across Spain, solo, on foot. He's a free spirit, a citizen of the world. Now, for whatever reason in his job, he's chained down to project milestones and delivery dates, working isolated from all of his colleagues, working from home, just him and his computer. He doesn't have any interest in his manager's job, so his options feel completely bleak. And what do we do when we're desperate for some or any change? We decide we have to go. So his manager, sensing all the resistance, tightens the screws on Jack, expressing dissatisfaction with his communication style, low motivation. And Jack expands his job search, lowers his standards, gets more detached from his team, loses interest in the work he's doing, and the feedback is that he's moody, not a team player. The manager applies more pressure, which just erodes trust on both sides of the relationship. Anxious, distrustful, full of fear is not the best look for a job search, yet most of us approach it this way. The best thing that would happen was that he would create the same exact circumstances at a new company. The worst thing is that he would get fired and miss out on his stock vesting. The honeymoon phase of any new job would fade quickly and the whole cycle would start again. So we had to get clear with Jack on what he was looking for from his work. Deeper than, cooler boss, more money, we were looking for the essential qualities, the experiences he wanted to have, and the emotions that he was feeling or missing from his work. Autonomy, deeper connection with his colleagues, higher visibility projects, freedom to travel the world again, time to take care of himself, yoga. And by reconnecting with these, he was able to see and remember that what he does is not who he is. It created a healthy detachment from the work without having to leave. So instead of updating his resume and sneaking out for interviews, what we typically do, he commits to regular meditation, yoga, and running. His free spirit vibe starts coming back, so he picks back up his dream outside of work of building tiny homes. Finishes his second tiny home, starts renting it out, and all this momentum is picking up because he's not actively resisting his job any longer. He still shows up, but he's kind of like the guy in Office Space who just cleans the fish at his desk. He just has better things to do now. He's not actively resisting the job. All this good stuff's happening outside of work, and his energy just keeps improving. When he goes into headquarters, instead of his vibe being repellent, it's now magnetic. He reconnects with an old team lead he used to love working with. They design a new role for Jack on a better team, higher visibility clients. So he's back to doing what he loves to do, which is solve complex programming problems when he's not on his yoga mat. It's only 10 months later, and a couple weeks ago, I checked in with him, and this blew my mind that apparently a massive chunk of his stock vested, and now he has the financial flexibility to travel the world when he chooses, keep working on his tiny homes, rent them out, and pursue yoga teacher training. As a coach, I could not have worked out a better racket on paper for him, but because he stopped resisting and he had fun with the process, doing all that stuff was stuff he loved to do. And because he loved to do it and he had so much joy doing it, it created such a more powerful what could be than we thought possible. So that's trading fun for resistance. The second, befriending the ego, this comes up in meditation practice. So I've been lucky to work with a lot of people across the world who create a meditation habit. And creating a meditation habit, who's ever tried to do it, it's kind of painful at first because our ego has so much to say about it. And the only way to get around it is to befriend the ego and work with it. The ego is a powerful tool. It definitely has a point of diminishing returns, but it's a powerful tool. But when we befriend it, we kind of treat it like that annoying dorm room neighbor in freshman year of college. You just kind of hide the chips in the beer, you don't argue or judge, you just kind of let them pass, and eventually they'll go away. So in meditation practice, it looks like sitting down, being quiet, quieting the mind. You know we suck at this, right? Oh, wait, we're not supposed to be thinking. Then who am I talking to? Wait, you're listening, right? Wait, I'm not supposed to be talking. By the way, you can't stop thinking. It's just not helpful. It's just not helpful. When you're determined to quiet the mind without judgment or attachment, eventually the mind runs out of things to say. And all the ego is doing is trying to protect us from what could be, from the uncertainty. So when we lean into that with love and acceptance, like, yeah, I'll listen to it. It will fade eventually. So that's befriending the ego. And that works great on an internal level when creating a new habit. But what about dropping an old habit that just doesn't work for you anymore? Like many people, I had struggled with quitting drinking for a long time. And either because of my weak resolve or social relationships, I just was never able to kick it. And what I realized was that I was focusing too much on what I'd be leaving behind. Certain relationships, access to late night bar parties within our company, or maybe just the next party in general. I didn't want to leave any of it behind in what is. And it was all keeping me stuck in the habit. 2012, on my last day of drinking, I was pressure washing our kids' wooden swing set. We had a bunch of burly men over to help us move it across the yard. I recall being shirtless in camouflage shorts and tragically Crocs. I was inching my way down the ramp, and because my Crocs were soaked and the wash was going at full blast and I had drank more than a few beers, I slipped and fell, engulfed by my storm of bad choices, landed by my shirtless armpits on the ropes that lined the ramp. The hand still gripped the washer at full blast, while I slid the rest of the descent by my shirtless, rope-burned armpits. The burly men and my wife howled with laughter, understandably, and I just recall feeling like a complete idiot. But the flash of clarity finally came. Maybe I have better things to do and ways of doing them. Maybe I have other options. I hung up my long, distinguished drinking career for good. I made my decision once back on the ramp. And for the last 7 years and thousands of offers to drink since, my decision had already been made. But the lasting change party was just getting started. To release the habit, I needed to focus on something more powerful to move towards than some booze gremlin I was trying to outrun. And what that looked like for me was looking around at children and starting to remember how we used to party as kids with just unbridled levity and movement and fits of laughter and, floss infernos. My daughter Frankie's the flossing queen of Northeast Ohio. And I just started tuning in with that levity and that lightness. And it became such a much more gripping, basically it took what could be for me and pulled me towards it with a stronger magnetic pull than what is could hold me back. So when you get the idea that a habit is no longer serving you, start amplifying what could be. You'd be surprised how powerful that could be. In the game of change, when we win, everybody wins. Whenever we play the game, our relationships, our families, our communities are uplifted. And there's even a sweet participation award. It's called less suffering. But if we understand how the game of change is played, swapping fun for resistance, befriending the ego, moving more boldly towards what you're doing and what could be than whatever is behind you, the upgrades we seek become possible. The great spiritual teacher Paramahansa Yogananda said, "Let your example be the way to change others' lives. Reform yourself, and you will reform thousands." And maybe reforming ourselves can be more fun than painful. So let's go back to the high-level game, the big game of change. What is, what could be, and the gap. I invite you to close your eyes for a minute with me. And let's take the first step of shifting our relationship to change. So sit up straight, close your eyes. Take a deep breath in all the way down to your abdomen. Fill it up. Big breath out through the mouth. It's okay to let people hear you breathe. Take a deep breath in. Hold it for just a second. Big breath out. And as we settle into the rhythm of the breath, steady breaths in and out through the nose, let's just begin to visualize what could be. Is this the next step in our career, in our business, in our families, in our communities, or activism, using our voice? Just make that vision clear. And offer gratitude for what is. Because we're going to tune into something that the soul already knows. Maybe our ego hasn't quite figured out yet, is that what is already amazing. What could be has always been waiting for us. And the gap in between is just nothing but a wild, crazy adventure. So fill up that gap with gratitude and possibility. Just light every corner of it. You can open up your eyes. Our brains trick us into managing the thing we're trying to change instead of doing the work of changing ourselves, like the fortune cookie told us. We need to focus less on the thing and more on our relationship to change itself. We don't need to justify what is at the expense of what could be. We need to be firm in our resolve, but gentle with ourselves. Love and laugh our way through it. Thank you.
Thank you, KC. Well, what do you guys think? Did you have a great time? Excellent, excellent. Well, we would like to thank you, of course, because without an audience, TEDx doesn't exist. So thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting TEDx, and we hope to see you here next year because we hope to continue this process. Tracy.
Yes, and especially I would like to thank our presenting sponsor, IdeaWorks, and the Renaissance Performing Arts Association. This would not be possible without their philanthropy, and of course your ticket sales helped a lot too, so thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, I have to thank this team of people who've put in literally thousands of hours over the last year to make this happen. This is a volunteer team. This was our very first rodeo for all of us in putting on a TEDx, and I had some moments where I was absolutely terrified, and only 10 of them were today, and it was absolutely possible because of the dedication and hard work of all of those people. So be sure to look at your program. The team and the crew are listed in there, as well as all of the sponsors, and again, this is all possible because of their hard work. So I want to thank them very much. Please give them a round of applause.
And of course, we couldn't complete the day without thanking all of our speakers. So we'd like to bring all of the guest speakers on the stage, please. Shall we give a bow? Thank you once again.
Thank you. For those with Section A tickets who are coming to the after party, that is located here at the Renaissance in the atrium and ballroom. So you just go back through the lobby and either take the elevator or the stairs to go upstairs. So you'll get a chance to talk to the speakers and enjoy a little party. So thank you so much. Again, Section A, join us for the after party.
Thank you.